In a world of remakes and remasters,
Are we playing for
what was once sacred and cool has now soured and become lame.
Red?
Gone are the days of Pogs and Cowabunga. Now is the reign of slurp juice and dabs. Kids these days don't even know how bad they've got it. Now it's up to the best generation to rise to the occasion and make a show that dares to go where a lot of other nerdy shows have already gone quite a bit. That's right. They're going to talk about it a lot.
Hold on, I'm going to meet Charles real quick. Hello, and welcome back to the show. This is Best Gen, where nerds complain about nerdy things, and it's called Best Gen because all of us on the panel are más o menos from the same generation. Más o menos means more or less in Spanish for you uneducated plebes. We happen to be from the same generation. Happen to think it's the best, not because we're better than you, but our movies certainly were. So strap on in and prepare to wax nostalgic as we reminisce upon the days of yore while simultaneously complaining about the utter filth that Hollywood keeps churning out of its sledge pipes on a daily basis. How's everybody doing tonight?
Doing well.
Yeah.
Doing good.
Jared is on the show. I forgot to tell him that he was fired last week, and he showed up anyway, and he won't leave. So, and after begging and pleading, I did set a new donation goal. If we get 5 donations, we will rehire Jared, but on a probationary status.
Way to guarantee you don't make any money tonight.
I was just going to say something like that too, Abelio. So thank you for saying it for me.
You're welcome. This is why I got hired in your place.
I mean, if it wasn't going to come from me, I'm sure it would have come from Mark.
We immediately replaced Jared with Albelio. He's a permanent fixture on the show. No.
I'm here until the check clears.
One check.
Yeah, you might be waiting a while.
Oh.
Yeah, these thigh highs don't come off for nothing.
Yeah, I don't make a lot of money on YouTube, guys. Although I've got one short that's cracking right now. It's Brandon Sanderson exposes Wheel of Time's bad writing. It just crossed 90K views. We're almost to 100,000, and it's getting about 1,000 a day.
Nice.
So
way to go.
But it's a short, so I think I've made $5.
I'm sorry.
I'm willing
No.
to bet
I think I've made 10. I think I've
like,
made $10.
You've probably made.
That's
like
still great.
10%.
The shorts still give you exposure. So that's still great.
Yeah, I get it. I get like one subscriber or so a day from that video. It's not bad. We've got some wonderful people. Oh, we're joined by Albelio too. He wanted to talk about Invincible. I don't think he's watched anything else on the list. I wouldn't either. So he's going to talk about Invincible with us. We got Charles back, but he's driving home on his computer, which is very safe. David just slandered? That's not a word. Thank you. David's spot is safe for one more week.
Way to slaughter the English language.
Yep.
David just slandered on in, only 20 minutes late, but he did text me to warn me that's appreciated. We got some wonderful people in the chat. We got Mark Clark, again, raking us over the coals for being late. This week was pretty bad. 15 minutes late. That's on us. Stream 5 minutes late. Shame on you. Stream 15 minutes late. Shame on me.
I think it's shame on us either way, but whatever. Tomatoes,
Oh, come on.
potatoes.
I am always here on time. Whether or not I'm 100% ready, I usually, if I'm late, I'm just waiting for other people to show up. I give them like 5 minutes to slaunder in, to see if they come in, and I'm trying to organize my bad takes, which I did not do this time because literally I've got about 15 tabs open. Every single one is a bad Wheel of Time take, except for the first two. So I didn't bother ordering those in any particular way. But we've already got let's see. We've already got a super chat coming in for $1.99. Thank you so much, Mark Clark. And it's a pity tip for Jared. We're going to need four more of those if we want to see Jared remain employed.
We have a
doofully employed. That's a phrase, right? Doofully employed, something like that.
I don't know about that.
Beautifully.
Yeah, dutifully.
Dutifully.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with my brain
Slandered
tonight.
is also not a phrase.
It is now. Yes, we did start a few minutes late. Justin Hancock's in the chat. Hail. He's a good boy. He's a big boy. Coming in. There we go. Please continue to rake Jared over the coals. He needs progeny, for sure. He needs to continue his family name.
Yeah.
Who else did I see? Mash, you guys are talking for a while. Josh Templeton, good to see you. Good to see you in the show. And then Nick Damondred, the Wheel of Prime. I hear this show is one of the biggest things on Prime. I wonder why they haven't renewed it for a 4th season yet.
Did you just say Damondred?
Oh, demoted. Sorry, I'm thinking Wheel of Time. Damondred's one of the last. Okay. We've already established my brain is not like firing 100% today. You know how I was sick for like a whole month, and like I was finally doing better Sunday last week. I kid you freaking not. Sunday night, I got another flu. I got hit somehow with 2 flus 2 weeks in a row. I don't understand. I had to Google it. Apparently, there's 3 different flu strains going around right now. It's nuts. So I was like super ready.
Because I'd have a hard time believing that. So
Yeah.
No,
I believe it. Everybody is getting sick here, and it sounds like a whole thing. I don't know.
There's a bunch of stuff going around. But so you've only got 2 of the 3, man. So next week, buckle up.
I'll look. If I get a 3rd flu, I'll just kill myself. I'll just do it myself.
If you keep
I
going tonight with how sick you are and coming up with new words and languages, you might be able to add a couple R's to your name and call yourself the Lord of Slurs.
I'm feeling good though. Like I finally I'm. You know how even when you're like done being sick, the next like 3 or 4 days, you're still not at like a 100% capacity. Just like especially if it was like a really bad cold, just like getting up and walking around will leave you winded. You're like, I'm better, but I'm not better. I'm finally at 100%. Okay, Nick demoted. I'm sorry.
I beg to slander.
I wonder why they haven't renewed it for the 4th season. I was trying to multitask, and while I rant, pull up one of the bad takes, and I failed at that. But yeah, it's literally the showrunner, the showrunner's boyfriend, everyone. They're all trying to get a 4th season renewal, and it's pretty embarrassing. So here we go. Here's the showrunner's boyfriend, who is also a star in the show. He's Maxim. Oh, we got 1 good review. between this and the totally bullcrap 94% in Rotten Tomatoes, like if anyone takes Rotten Tomatoes seriously in today's day and age, like you're retarded. How come you haven't renewed our show? Albelio, you probably don't know this. Taylor Napier, not on X, but on Blue Sky, about 5 months before season 2 aired, so 5 months ago.
Kids?
How many kids?
Yeah, you said Blue Sky, so I immediately concluded how many kids.
No. Not that. Although I could bring that is another point that we could bring up. No. On Blue Sky, he posted, or I want to say tweeted out, right? He said, "I know everyone has been saying to get the show renewed for season 4, watch everything on repeat. But actually, the best thing that you could do, why don't I just pull it up?" He said, actually, the best thing that you could do is unsubscribe from Amazon Prime. Wait for the show to air, wait for season 3 to drop, and then resubscribe and have the first thing you watch be season 3. That will really send them a message. This is an Amazon employee saying this.
Yeah.
Is that the craziest thing you've ever heard in your life?
No, because in my last movie review, I mocked eco-terrorists thinking they can save the world by firebombing Teslas.
That's true. That's a big one too. Yeah, but
Yeah,
check
he's
this out.
got a point there.
Check this out. Look,
that's funny.
he said this. It'd be one thing if he was just like it was just a show fan, passionate about this, but this is an employee of Amazon telling people to unsubscribe from Amazon so he could get his own show saved. The only reason he has a part is because of nepotism. He's screwing the showrunner.
Wait, I wanted to ask about that. Is the showrunner gay or is he trans?
Oh, yeah.
I'm confused. I didn't know anything about that.
Yes, he's flaming gay.
Yep.
Interesting.
So-
I did not know that. That's I forget his name. I don't know the showrunner's name.
Rafe Judkins.
That's kind of funny.
That's right, Rafe Judkins.
Yeah, screw every other show. Screw Fallout, which almost broke
Yes.
8 billion minutes watched. Screw Rings of Power Season 2. Screw everything possible that could in any way guarantee that Amazon is not mocked off the top 10 lists of shows watched.
You brought up little kids, though. The showrunner, Rafe Judkins, when someone asked him, it was before season 1 dropped, they said, "Hey, is the show going to be family friendly? I want to watch with my kids." And he said, "Yes, it'll be absolutely appropriate to watch with your kids." It is not. So, is Rafe Judkins a pedophile? I mean, they literally showed boobs in this last episode. Full frontal nudity.
Oh.
But it's okay to watch with your kids.
What are those, Mommy?
Okay, not full frontal. They didn't show the downstairs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I have missed a whole bunch of these. Blue Sky. Yeah.
One of my followers who jumps into my streams fairly often, Shadow Master, he is all over mocking the people on Blue Sky and how they constantly report each other for basically these kinds of posts.
Yeah.
Like, just eating each other alive over there. So I just laugh because every time Blue Sky comes up, I mean, what are the tweet? What's the tweet equivalent called? A skeet? No, like that's actually what it's called.
Oh, that's funny.
Wow.
I'll look it up. I'll confirm it. I wish Shadow was here. Shadow would know it.
That would track. Yeah. I'm sure Amazon really wants to continue to employ people that encourage that. Yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Mark Clark for another $4.99. Thank you so much. The craziest thing would be hearing Jared tell his mother he's having kids. Yes, she calls me every day.
Fact.
Here's your answer. In Blue Sky, a post is unofficially called a skeet, which is portmanteau of sky and tweet.
Yeah,
There you go.
All right, You want an update real quick, Mark Clark? So I just was over at my parents' house this afternoon for a celebration of my sister having a baby. So there you go.
Was the baby's name Get On It, Jared?
It's like,
I
what
thought
does
his
that have to do
update.
with
I thought his
anything,
update
Jared?
was
That's
going to
not-
be like, I have been trying. My wife still refuses to have sex with me.
Yeah, that happens.
Honey, they're still making fun of me. No, not today. I got a headache.
Yes, Rafe Judkins is a gay male feminist. It's crazy. Watching the show, you would think that Rafe Judkins hates men. It's weird. It's very odd. But he loves them.
Yeah.
Were they at least nice? I think you're referring to the boobies. No. No. I don't like seeing nudity, especially in a show that... In the third season of a show that hasn't...
Yeah.
It's... yeah. They're desperate for renewal. But it's not... Having one episode with boobs isn't going to suddenly bring back the male audience that you've ostracized. It's not going to work. She thinks his wife has a beard. But yeah. Thinks? That's, sisters don't count. He hates masculinity. Who was it, Alan, that offered you their firstborn to stop singing?
That would be Mark.
That was Mark, yeah, right?
The Romans?
Is that when I was... I can't remember. Is that was that when
You
I
were
was
singing the Oscar song.
You were
I was singing
Yeah.
the
You got a super chat.
I was singing
please stop.
the transition song.
or playing it. You were either playing it
Man.
or singing it.
Man to woman, woman to man, penis to vagina. That's a real song in an Oscar-winning movie.
Yeah.
No,
Can't
the
wait to
Red
hear
Weddings.
Shapiro rap that one too.
Oh, that would be fun. That would be a lot of fun. Okay, so we will get to Wheel of Time. I think we're going to do Invincible first because that's all Albelio has watched, and he's been patiently waiting through. He's been waiting and wading through all of these Wheel of Time comments. We will get there.
You can do Wheel of Time first. I'll just ask questions.
It was 3 episodes though. I mean, you're welcome to stay. Let's get Invincible out of the way though.
Oh, okay.
Because yeah, they dropped 3 episodes at once. It'll be a long discussion.
Gotcha.
The Red Weddings, yeah. Okay. Invincible. I have one article for Invincible, and it's co-creator says he's intentional in the changes that he's making for the Amazon series. I always go through the comic and think about how I can make things more interesting. So that's
is that why we got an entire half an episode of a gay supervillain couple that got arrested anyway?
which
The time travel ones, or what? What is?
No. They're the two. What was it? Episode like 3 or 4, I think.
In this season?
It was the couple. Yeah, it should be
Yeah.
this season where the couple. It's like the one guy has that stretchy ribbon thing in his chest, and the other one.
And the lava guy.
I'd forgotten all about that. Yeah.
Yeah, like those two were two of the guys that they fought in the first season when Battle Beast collapsed Invincible, and they just did this whole like silent first half of the episode where everything's like
It's like a little vignette thing.
Tried to be artsy
And
about
it had nothing to do with the
yeah.
rest of the episode. Like they were defeated and then they just forget about them.
Yeah, because Oliver and Mark just stomp their shit in, and then it's like, oh, all right, cool. Well, there you go.
I kind of thought it was kind of cool. It might have ran on too long though.
So the point that he makes,
Kinda-
the point that he's making in this, he's like, I tried to listen to feedback that I got from the comic and fix a few things in the show that people didn't like the first time around, which I think maybe to some extent, especially like season 1, the structure of the first few episodes, or at least the first episode in particular. Like, I think that was done better than the comics. Like with the Omni-Man reveal, I think the comics just jump straight into it, and episode 1 gives us more time to know the characters before they're killed off, which is that's a good change. But I am absolutely torn on this season, because like if you take the good stuff in this season, I think it's the strongest season yet. But there's also a whole bunch of just unnecessary stuff this season, like the weird vignette with the gay couple that I'd forgotten about, the entire episode, the time travel episode, which is just completely unnecessary.
Garbage,
and for some reason Amber is still in the show, which it just doesn't work for me.
Yeah, she's not a huge part of it. It's just, hey, we're friends, but yeah, I get it. And my biggest issue with it, and I say I really like this episode, aside from a few complaints here, but my biggest issue with this season as a whole is the inconsistencies, particularly with Mark's character. He's flip-flopped on several morality issues.
Yeah, Mark and Cecil's falling out was just nonsense to me.
But we've talked about it before, about redemption for these characters. Like, Mark himself is conflicted because of all the stuff his dad does, and he doesn't think the world will ever forgive Omni-Man, of course, but he still went and helped his dad. So it's weird that he couldn't see that from Cecil's point of view for these other villains. But and then specifically in this episode too, they just had a really, really good episode with Electric Boy, Powerflex, and the whole moral was, hey, you're being inconsiderate in that big battle with your dad, and you didn't care that a whole bunch of civilians died. And then in this episode, like, they're completely destroy the town, right? And there's several times like he punches them through the building and stuff. He's not even trying to keep them away from the civilians,
avoid casualties,
right? And I get that's a part of superhero films, is the destruction and everything, but especially
they already that's the thing with the season one. The season 1 finale was the good way of doing it. Mark the entire time was trying to avoid civilian casualties, but his dad was just bodying him, right? And in this one, Mark was the one throwing him into buildings, and you're like, we just to have. Because everyone instantly compared the season 1 finale to Man of Steel, which was stupid, right? It was stupid that Superman was throwing Zod through buildings, not caring about the people inside them. But if you don't show them on camera, it doesn't matter. And so everyone compared, Invincible has done it so much better than Snyder did. And then they did the same thing in this finale.
Yeah, and it would have been perfectly fine if the Viltrumite dude was throwing
or if Mark keeps trying to lure him away, and he keeps throwing him back in. That
would have been great, but there's several times he just doesn't care and punches the guy through the buildings. It's like, you just went over this and had huge fallout. And this is a billion times worse.
And you're right. It was literally the last episode. You called him out for this stuff.
Exactly.
Well,
it didn't sink in at all.
I disagree. I think there is some evidence of that in this particular episode, because there were several times where Mark hit him up, right, and so they're fighting in the sky a little bit, right, and so they're like,
definitely.
There's one shot in particular,
though. Like the very first shot, he punches him. And takes him with him through several buildings.
He grabs him. He grabs him and then flies through like 10 buildings. It's weird.
But I also, so I think the thing is, like, he's trying to take them away from people, but he's also seeing that as he's trying to do that, he's not able to really truly fight this Viltrumite, right? Like that's the problem. If you're only trying to take him out, like you're not focusing on an offensive position, it's more of a defensive position, and you're not gaining any footing.
Yeah,
sure, but
if they had explored that would have been really cool.
I gotta make this count, and so that's when he tries to, do these harder hitting maneuvers, which sometimes he does get thrown through a building or he gets thrown down the street or whatever, because he's trying to get him to stop, and he's like, I'm trying to give it my all, even though I can't get him out of the city. So I think and that may not be the case for everything, but I think there was times that, like, he is trying to get him out, but he's also trying to just defeat this guy because he doesn't know how to.
Yeah,
I think if they explored that and made that bit more obvious, that could be really cool.
I think the biggest problem
it may not have been super obvious, but that's kind of how I took it.
If they showed him struggling to fight, when he's away from the city, and then he's just, all right, well, it's better to fight him and save the world than to carry about a couple of casualties.
Abilia, what's the biggest problem?
Well, I'm probably in the minority here. I actually think this season was really, really bad. Not that I think. Yeah, I think they screwed a ton of things up. Pacing, power scaling, characters in many ways are just thrown out the window. But on the context here, the issue which ties into the pacing is that they're trying to rush through everything. Hence why Conquest was only an episode. Hence why the Invincible War, which was 3 days long, was 15 minutes.
Which one's that?
With all the fighting?
That was the last. That was the
with
right. Yeah,
Rain Dude.
They're trying because of
it doesn't
really
need to be rushed
pacing.
though when you have filler episodes.
Sure, but
that's why it's baffling. Like it's worse that it's rushed, like you're saying.
Yes,
when they also included filler episodes,
and
it's still I say this time and time again. 10 episodes should be the minimum for a normal TV show.
Yeah, I
don't understand why we keep having 6 and 8 episodes in a season. That's not enough time.
I was shocked that the multiverse Invincible War was 1 episode. That was crazy to me.
Yeah.
Because what we got was really good, but
to complete the point, because of how bad the pacing is, if you remember, they ended it with him accepting that he has to kill people.
Yeah.
In order to save others.
Uh-huh.
So they don't set up because they don't set that up properly, because throughout this third season, he's more directly struggling with the notion of heroes don't kill people, because he's trying not to be his father, because he experienced that. He lost he lost most of his teeth. so he's trying not to do that. The world was just devastated by him. And then you have the really stupid episode that had Powerplex. I do not like that episode. And he's blaming himself for everything, when everything about what's happening here should be invigorating to who he is as a person. Now, to be fair, this is an issue with the comics, because the comics handle it just as poorly.
Yeah. Everything about Powerplex? Sorry. Who are you modifying with that statement? Powerplex or Invincible?
Both Powerplex and Invincible come away worse because of that episode.
Okay.
Powerplex Powerplex makes no sense to me, because like if we look at, say, I get that there are people who will deny reality no matter what, right? Like you look at the world today and people are like, Doge is terrible, and it's like, okay, sure, you're an idiot. But when you look at somebody like Powerplex, his character was basically detailed to be researching and practically stalking Invincible. He watched footage on repeat all day,
so he should have been seeing the footage of him trying to save the people his dad was killing. Yeah.
Correct. He watched, they actually specify they specifically show where Powerplex is in the facility, the GDA, I think it's called, where he's watching Omni-Man smash through into the subway and holding Mark in place, and the train, and he gets the train run through him. Wink, wink. But he watched that.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't
And
like.
he's just like, nope, Invincible's the evil guy. It's like, are you kidding me? There's no way
I see
a
what you're
character
saying.
this dedicated to this would accept this. So when he gets pushed to the edge where where he gets pushed to the edge where he ultimately fries his wife and son, it's like, why wasn't the wife pushing him harder to do this? Like, there's not enough conflict. So Powerplex is just like, yeah, I'm going to kill you anyway. And it's like, why? It's like Mark is telling you that you're going to kill your... They're right there. He's trying to save them. Powerplex stops him multiple times. It's all on Powerplex.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
so
Also,
you have all of that history
yeah, you're
and
right.
the events, and it does not work.
I absolutely agree. I didn't like how his villainous turn was set up. It didn't make sense to me. The fight itself was fun. Like, if you move past the bad development of his character and just accept, okay, this is just a guy who's not accepting reality, like you said, that was fun. I don't think it was justified as well. And to that same point, even his final, the way he lures Invincible to him is by putting people at risk, which wouldn't work if his vision of Invincible were accurate.
Correct. Yes.
I agree. I don't like how his character was set up. I did like the fight. Like, if you just ignore that, like, it was cool, but
Yeah, well,
how much can you ignore? Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's the same argument as like Metroid Other M is a good Metroid game as long as you rip everything down to the wireframes and make it a non-Metroid game.
I don't think you have to ignore that much. It's just I like that's the same thing for me with the him and Cecil thing. Like, their falling out didn't make sense to me, and I agree. I think that's the biggest problem with this season is the motivations don't make a lot of sense. And I wish it was better established, but I like the things that were happening. This season, this season feels like this entire season felt like I was watching Captain America: Civil War. Like, what's happening on camera is fun. I'm like, oh, this is cool. I don't know why we're fighting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Like, everyone who praised that movie, I thought was like, you guys are kind of dumb. Because it looks cool. I agree. The fights were really fun. The pairing up and getting two teams and seeing our heroes fight each other was a lot of fun to see. But it was a very hollow movie for me.
Yeah.
And the only time it felt real was at the very end when you find out that Bucky killed Iron Man's mom, and that was the only time where I was like on board. Like, okay, I understand why these people are fighting. And I think I don't even know if there's a moment for that in the show.
There's no attempt to explore anything as deep as Civil War did, and I guess I'm on the opposite here. I actually think Civil War is one of the better movies. From that latter era of the MCU, but.
Yeah, they weren't that great.
Oh yeah, well, that's
sure.
why I said
it's one of the better ones. I don't think it's very good. I don't think it's very good.
There's more in the comics as far as I'm concerned. As far as I'm aware,
that's the entire point of the show, Joshua.
Yeah, basically.
That's the point of the series. Is he a good guy or a bad guy?
Yeah. There's no real attempt at it, and because Mark has not had a point where he has this season should have challenged Mark's morals and his stances. That's what it should have been, because season 2 rushes into him meeting his dad, and then he gets rocked on the Thrax on Thrax because the 3 Viltrumites show up, and then Omni-Man is captured and he gets beaten into a pulp. But throughout that whole season, you don't really get a big, well, why didn't you try to, like, like, why didn't you try to kill your father, kind of thing. He doesn't, you really only get that with Oliver demanding that he kill Angstrom.
Yeah.
And a 30-second conversation, a declaration is not conducive to challenging an entire moral structure.
Yeah.
Well, I actually disagree with that. I think that there's been a lot of that in this particular season, right? Because he's constantly had to, the electrical guy is, I think, one of their attempts to do that, as well as this stuff that they've been doing with Oliver. Like, I think they've been using Oliver a lot to kind of point that out and have to question it, because he's trying to be a good example for his brother, but then he's also trying to, do his best at actually defeating the bad guys and keep his moral code. And then at the end, that's when he finally realizes, maybe this isn't what I need to be doing. So I thought it was actually, something that they were trying to push a lot more this season. Like, you could see it pretty clearly. Yeah. That's what he was trying to do. Plus, he was
I agree.
Whole, like, hey, how do I balance love and caring for somebody on the side as well?
Yeah, I agree, and I think some of the stuff between Oliver and Mark has probably been the best part of this season, in my opinion. But I really like all the character development that's been going on in this season, and I do agree that some of the connections for the motivations for several characters are not very fleshed out. But I agree with that as well. But I like what they've been doing. I like the season quite a bit. I think it might, aside from those little, issues connecting the dots between, how we got to some place with some characters. I think it's one of the better seasons.
Let me clarify my statements just a little bit. Because Mark is looking at things from a very positive light, and you have Cecil, who's very practical, very utilitarian,
pragmatic.
Exactly. When you have a character like Cecil saying, "Yeah, I work with certain bad guys," like how he's got the Reanimen, for example, right? That makes sense because he has control of them. They're dead, and there's never a moment where Mark sits down and tries to talk about that.
Yeah. No,
he doesn't ask why. It's
right.
Yeah, I hated that. I hated it.
It's like how somebody will sing the praises of the Bible, but not understand not understand the weight or the gravitas behind it because they heard it. Oh, it's in the book. It's like, okay, but why is it in the book?
Yeah.
So when you have these moments with Invincible and he's making the arguments, we don't kill. Okay, but why aren't you killing? That conversation isn't being had because they're trying, like I mentioned earlier, they're trying to just ram fist him into I'm evil, I'm gonna kill, or not evil, I'm gonna be ruthless and kill villains kind of thing.
Yeah.
That concludes here with the fight with Conquest. That argument hasn't been made proper throughout the whole series because it's just I'm right, you're wrong, back and forth. There's no conversation.
Yeah.
Because do you guys know the Invincible comics?
I have not read them. No, I got the first few that I've kind of reading. But...
He's going to have this kind of conversation with the costume designer presumably in the next season if they actually follow the comics. But
about killing,
basically, yeah, because he's going to take somebody out and it's going to make him feel terrible, and all of the other heroes are literally going to say, hold on, we could have done this another way. Mm-hmm. So they're trying to speed through things way too fast, which is why I retroactively agree, of course, with how there's only, what was it, like 8 episodes this season?
Eight.
Yeah.
Like it's been 8 episodes all 3 seasons.
Yeah, you need way more for something like this. And part of the problem, again, is the pacing, because season 1 proved you could absolutely handle a more or less a mystery on 8 episodes and still have it end in a thrilling and engaging way.
Mhm.
Whereas this, you had 6 episodes of half-assed, morality argument,
Like
and then
quasi-connected thematically, but
it's
Yeah.
the broad idea clashing instead of the sit-down discussion, and
Yes.
then they had a big brutal war and a brutal fight with basically nothing.
really good fight,
Yeah.
but no reason behind it. Yeah, I hard agree. The fact that they didn't sit down and have a conversation pisses me off.
But they did.
Because the best argument that Cecil had was one line and it was glossed over. He's saying, "Mark, you're literally doing the same thing I'm doing with your dad." And then Mark wasn't forced to confront that idea because they just he moved the goalpost instantly and they moved on. And you're like, no, like make him think like
Make him answer that. Yeah.
force him to address that accusation, and the whole problem would have been solved without fighting. So
Yeah.
I agree.
100%.
That's the
I do
thing.
think-
I really like the fights that are happening on scene. Like they're incredible, but there's nothing behind them. They're hollow. This season was very hollow, and I want to like this season. I think this season could have been the strongest one, but it's not.
Well, I really like the last. So I'll just add one point.
We're gonna get to your super chat. We're just trying to finish this train of thought.
I also think though too with that like he is a teenager, so I think we can say, hey, maybe they're trying to say like, being a teenager, he doesn't quite know how to have those sort of conversations yet, and he would prefer to run. And maybe not even just because he's a teenager, but like he's never been forced to have those conversations. I think they tried though to have
Teenagers are smart, though. Come on.
I know, but like
maybe you were dumb as a teenager,
right? Like when they talked to Oliver about whether or not one person's life was more valuable than another. Like they tried to have that conversation, but they didn't take it to Mark's level where he needed to face that. And I agree, like that could be a weakness, but it could also be something that we see later on in the seasons where he's like, okay,
I think that's exactly the point, Jared. Like none of this, like everything on paper, most with a few exceptions of season 3, makes sense. It just wasn't put together well. Like I agree, it could have been great, but it fell flat for me.
Well, and just to add as well, like I really liked the last scene. I mean, the last episode. Because it was literally right on top of this devastating attack that just happened. So they didn't have any time to really recover at all. Like they're trying to clean up a little bit, and then they get attacked again right as they're trying to clean up, right? And so I think it's like it's trying to show this sort of where really like he as a hero, he's trying to balance everything. But it just keeps coming one after another, right? Like he doesn't have time to have those conversations. Like that's
half of it was his fault, though.
Yeah, I agree with the.
He's
I agree.
He's trying to save people.
Yeah,
right.
I agree with the conversations with him and Cecil. That was ridiculous that they didn't have a talk like that. But I disagree that they didn't address these themes at all because they sat down that wonderful scene with Mark and Oliver and his mom.
They were addressed, David. The problem was, like you said, they were inconsistent. They kept flip-flopping, and it just wasn't connected well.
Yes. So I agree that some of the thread points were there. They just didn't connect the dots. Very well.
Yeah, which is another problem.
I still really like this season.
This season is a connect the dots that's not finished, and you're like, "Wow, that could have been a really cool picture."
Yeah,
that's how season 1 and season 2 was too, right? Like you go from season 1 and he loves his dad, and then all of a sudden his dad's the bad guy, and you're like, "Oh, wait, what?"
Season 1 structurally with how they revealed things about Omni-Man was fantastic, but Amber completely brought down that whole season. Episode 2, Amber was great. The character
talk about
was amazing.
Improving things from the comic. Amber,
right?
Yikes!
But
yikes!
So season 2 improved all those relationships way better. Some of the character arcs were a lot better, but some of the thread points were just all over the place. It was just a convoluted mess, right? This is the first season that I think has great character development, hits a lot of those talking points, even though it doesn't fully explore them or connect all the dots. But and also has great fights and overarching theme and plot.
Amber's character perfectly encapsulates the problem with DEI. Because look, in theory, like I think it's great to get more representation. I would love to hear more stories from different cultures, like Gunmetal Gods or Rage of Dragons, like I keep bringing up constantly on the show. Like I think diversity in storytelling is a cool thing, but when that's the focus over the storytelling, you get these DEI inserts like Amber, and so you get a white character who is replaced with a black character, and instead of making that character cool, it's the most insufferable, egregious thing you've ever seen on screen. Just a completely despicable character, and you're like,
yeah,
you could have won me over if you'd made her a good character.
So is she really white in the comics?
Yeah.
And she's an abuse victim, so you get why they changed her.
Yeah.
Her new boyfriend after Mark beats the crap out of her, and he goes to threaten him.
All right, we got to address some super chats.
Sure.
Nerdporial wants to fight you on the fact that
yes, Other
Metroid,
M is
Other
terrible.
it's Metroid M. Sorry, I was
Metroid
thinking
Other M.
Mega Man. Yeah, so Metroid.
How dare you slander that name?
I haven't played either. Okay, I've played one Mega Man game. I haven't played a single Metroid game. I didn't have consoles growing up. Okay.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Someone else asked if we're excited for Metroid 4. Yes, but also I haven't played 2 and 3 because we didn't have a GameCube growing up. So if it's not available on Switch, I haven't played it. So Nintendo, get your act together and make the remastered 2 and 3 so I can finally play your Prime 4 when it comes out.
Yeah, our parents hated video games. I tried to buy gaming consoles our entire youth, and they wouldn't let me until I was 15. I finally convinced them to let me buy my own PlayStation 2. So that was the first console we'd owned. And our entire gaming experience was super old, point and click adventures on the computer, which are great.
LucasArts computer,
Monkey Island.
Click,
yeah, Monkey Island, baby.
Boom,
the old Army Man games. Ooh, super good. But we were kind of sheltered from traditional nerd pop culture. But thank you for the super chat, Nerdporio Life Form.
Conquer's Bad Fur Day.
Albelio, are you looking you looking forward to Metroid Prime 4?
Oh, absolutely.
Cool. I don't know how to contribute to this. I'm sorry.
I am a huge Metroid fan. It's my favorite Nintendo franchise.
I looking forward to playing it after I can somehow play 2 and 3. So
all hail the Lord Dragon, Eldan. Eldan, are you waiting to get in? Hey, is my mic working? Charles, I can't hear you. I haven't heard you for a while, so
Can you hear me at all?
I can hear you now.
Very
It's echoey. I'm pretty sure it's going through your webcam. So,
Okay.
did I die? Oh, I mean,
Clean your pores.
Let's see. Aldan, yeah, hey.
Die of dysentery,
Jump on when you're ready,
for
Aldan. 8 episodes is going to be, that's the... Unfortunately, I think you're correct, and I think that is a bad thing. Mark Clark, for $1.99, man to woman and woman to man, penis to vagina.
Mark, why?
Vaginoplasty, yes!
I just hear it in Ben Shapiro's voice.
Rhino. I wish I could do a good Ben Shapiro. There's a lot of impressions.
It's man to woman and woman to man, folks.
Oh, yes.
That wasn't bad.
Yes. That song is hilarious. Did I die from dysentery? No, I didn't get diarrhea again. It was just vomiting this time. So, Nope, too smashed with work. Okay, yeah.
Kind of want to go back to the
yeah. Back to Invincible.
A little bit about Invincible, just to push back a little bit on.
Sorry, it had been like 15 minutes, and
oh no, you're
hadn't
good,
addressed the super chats.
To add to Jared's point, first off about the final fight, because I agree with him on it not. I'm willing to give the fight with Conquest a bit of a pass.
Well, the Conquest, correct me if I'm wrong, the Conquest fight is kind of supposed to come out of nowhere, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like it's hinted at that, hey, someone, like if you don't, like they say in season 2, if you don't do your job right, then someone's going to come and mess you up. But that's pretty much the only foreshadowing,
that
right?
was in Nissa. And,
so, like, I understand the purpose of this fight is kind of supposed to be, yikes.
Yeah, the many of the moments that happen in season 3 are straight out of the comic. Like the shot where Conquest first arrives, his Infinity Gauntlet raised. It's like shot for shot right out of the comics, and he's like, "Yeah, I just want to hit something really hard." But the reason why I agree with Jared on this, and I get why people compare it to Man of Steel with the urban destruction, but it was 3 days of a war and everyone's been running for their lives. So on top of Mark being incredibly infuriated by the fact that he just watched 20 versions of himself just rock the planet in the same way his father did on a global scale, he almost just lost Adam Eve at this point, and they didn't know that she's immortal, and her powers are nutty by the
she is always I don't know if it's explained better in the comics, she has always annoyed me. Like her power is that she can rearrange atoms, and all she does is make pink stuff, and you're like, you are literally the most powerful being on the planet, and every scene you're in you suck.
That's why I really liked in this. Yeah, in this episode, I thought it was great to see her use her powers for more than just making.
But they did explain, okay, she's got like a blocker or something.
A mental block, correct?
Right, but
I wish that had been explained in season 1, though.
Yes, I definitely agree.
I think it was in the offshoot.
In the
prequel.
I think you're probably right, but I don't remember it.
Examples of that when they went to space to fight the mine thingies from Mars. She could have put helmets on all of them. For example, the robot, when he went out of his suit, he was unprotected, could have been infected, and she just didn't.
Well, I think in that time she was doing a bubble to protect other people at the time or something. So she was kind of.
And she was concentrating to keep it up because they were smashing against it.
Yeah.
I do agree though with Charles, and this is another issue I have that we can get into in just a second. But the power scaling of the clogged toilet that I just read.
Oh, I was on I did a 5-hour stream with the Prophet of the Dragon on Wednesday on Thursday. When they aired we watched all 3 Wheel of Time episodes together, and so I had I had my girls like stationed behind me with like a bunch of snacks and stuff, but they kept they ended up flushing an entire roll of toilet paper down the toilet and clogging it,
as they do.
And they also got it was like every 30 minutes it was another mess. I'm like, girls, like stay in here. It didn't work very well. They took like 3 bananas and instead of eating them, decided to chop them up with scissors. And and the last thing they did.
Please don't show us evidence.
Uh-oh. He has to go get a show and tell aid. Please tell me that's your taxes. They cut up your tax forms.
No.
my dog ate my taxes.
They found the stickers.
Were they
no.
Oh no.
Both stamps.
They used every single stamp we had in the house, and my 2-year-old daughter just had them all over her shirt. She was covered in stamps.
Yeah.
It was like a $40 sheet of stamps, and these are all the ones that I could only find like 15 of them.
I love that your daughters are just going to go around the country now.
Yeah.
It's like $40 you're going to spend it.
Traveled all the way around.
No, that was the
world
joke.
with
Like, okay, where are we sending them for punishment? I'm like, I don't care.
I'm going to send this one back to sender.
Yeah.
Dysentery was related.
So help me.
Mark Clark just rehired Jared for $199. Dysentery was related to Oregon Trail.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks, Mark. I appreciate that.
Yes. So that's what that is referencing. I can't afford to get dysentery, and that is a reference to me having diarrhea for a week and a half straight when I was sick. So my LDS stamp. Oh, LSD stamps. I said LDS.
LDS.
Latter-day Saint. I'm like, we don't have stamps. We're not that culty. My LSD
You're gonna have
stamps.
your own thesaurus by the end of tonight, dude.
Yeah, I'm very. Oh, man, I'm so glad I've never done drugs. That would have been horrible. I could have gone. I would be in jail. So, yeah.
So
anyway, Invincible. We were talking about Invincible
after dysentery.
Yeah, we're talking about the power levels and how Adam actually did some cool stuff. But
yeah, so the power levels are terrible, which we can get to in a second.
And Mark,
rushing to Mark getting angry and smashing through the city, I'm only willing to forgive it because much of the city that he has smashed through at that point
was already
basically destroyed and empty. Although it doesn't help that they have
I wish there was a line
that just literally stand there and do nothing.
I understand, if there was just a war for 3 days and the city's already empty, whatever. Say that. Say oh, hey,
I agree.
Give the line to Cecil. Yeah. Like, hey, what's going on? Well, fortunately, the city's already been evacuated because we've been because of the Invincible fight. So, just do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Conquest does show up right.
Yeah, he does
straight
at
out
the
of
funeral,
the comics
right.
As it was. He picks up rubble, tosses it aside, and then Conquest is like, "Hey, why didn't you fix up the planet for us?" And he's like, "Oh crap." And he looks up. He's just right there to fight.
The actual fight, though, awesome.
Yeah,
a really cool fight. Someone brought up that it was a very gory episode. Another story about my kids. I thought my girls were asleep.
Oh no!
And I watched the finale, and my 4-year-old Savannah turns out came downstairs and watched
behind the couch.
Watched the whole thing.
Oh no!
And she loved it. I said I turned after it was over. She was like, "Yeah," and I was like, "Wait, so you're awake? Oh no, isn't this too scary for you?" And she said, "No, Dad, it was awesome."
Well, it's cartoon, so I can understand. It's not that gory because it's cartoon.
It was pretty. It was a pretty gory episode. This is also
flattering people. You know,
this is also coming off of the Prophet of the Dragon stream this week, where I accidentally taught her to do this. So.
Oh no.
I can't wait until she finally understands just a little bit more and doesn't actually explain this properly to her parents. Oh, so what did you watch over the summer? Well, my daddy told me that there was this hero named Adam Eve and she got run through by Conquest. And it's like, okay, here, give me your number. Call this number. This is called CPS. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, my kid did that one time when he got in trouble and he got swatted on the tush, and then it was a big fight, and the next day at school they were talking, and he mentioned to his teacher, "Yeah, sometimes my dad hits me." I'm like, so, yeah, we got a call. Like, no, it's not. It's yeah.
No. I swear it's not like you think. She deserved it.
I have not seen Heretic. I've heard it's actually pretty good, but I haven't seen it.
I want to see it.
And no, I did not get in trouble for the maiden hand talk. She has not repeated the gesture. She did it a few times on stream, but hasn't done it again yet. In front of my wife.
That's what you're calling hand talk. That's great.
Now you understand the context behind the Grosseria.
That's fine.
Man, Heretics looks really good. I'm looking at that. That looks like a really good movie.
Anyway, Invincible. Anything else?
I would just add.
I got a lot.
Or sorry, Billy, were
You
you
got a lot?
done with your comment?
Oh, I was just saying I have a lot on my mind about it. But go ahead.
Well, I was just going to add to with that last episode. I really liked it because I feel like he's trying to protect all of these people, right? Like he's trying to protect Adam Eve, and he knows that he's the most powerful hero, right? And so like he knows that anyone else trying to fight them is going to get hurt, going to get killed, no matter how hard they try.
Mm-hmm.
And so I loved that, like, she was going to go fight no matter what, and she even died. Like it was exactly what he feared, right? Like she literally died, and then that's kind of what drove him to his madness to try to attack, try to do more to hurt. And he's literally just using his head because he can't use his hands anymore. But like that was so poignant where he was getting everything he could because everything he had was ripped away from him, right? Like the one thing that he cared for was finally gone, right? And so I thought it was really touching, and I really liked it a lot. For me, it made a little bit more sense, like why he would, transition to, okay, yeah, maybe I do need to kill people. Which, I don't know, as far as being a superhero, I don't know if that's the right thing or not, because obviously there are some really evil people, and if you don't stop them properly, like this whole stupid thing with Cecil trying to preserve Conquest, like it's stuff like that is so frustrating. You're like, oh, well, and the stupidity of Mark, where literally he's like, "Hey, burn the body," and then he walks out of the room. I would freaking stay in that room until I saw them burn the body.
Yeah, like cut off the head yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Like I would take care of that myself. I would go burn the body myself, right? Like there's no way that I would let Cecil burn the body. I'd be like,
especially coming off of their falling out.
It's a big problem with.
It's the same mistake, and I'm like, dude, you did not learn your lesson.
It's a big problem with this season that ties into what I mentioned earlier about the conversation thing.
Yeah.
Because they decide to just turn Mark into a complete retard because he does not listen to anything anybody has to say.
Yeah.
It's like, why do you have all these reanimen, Cecil? He's like, dude, you're scaring the crap out of me.
Because of you, yeah.
And he just doesn't want to listen. And that's the problem. They're so focused on him being angry and rushing towards that conclusion that I mentioned, because that conversation that he has is not here. And the reason, and so, just to go back to that other main point about the argument of ideals there, I would argue that they've already done this, so it's stupid to retread old ground.
Yeah,
because they already did this with the fight with Omni-Man. At the end of that fight, after he's already tried fighting his dad, already seen the hell that he has to do, he's already tried fighting back, and he appealed to emotion, and he beat Omni-Man in a way that nobody else could have.
It's the best line in the show, and some of the best writing I've ever seen in a superhero story. The whole, like, what will you have in 500 years? I'd still have you. I'd have you, Dad. Like, that line literally gets me teary, and I'm like, that is so freaking good.
Yeah, it's good.
It's good.
But
So I wish there was I wish there was more heart to this season.
Well, I would add to that too, though. Like Abelio mentioning that last point. Like, I thought that even added to it as well, because literally the same thing that happened to him when he fought his dad happened to him again, right? Like he was so traumatized by this experience that his dad did, where he literally was just throwing him through people and just slicing people, on him.
Yeah,
and the same thing happened again. And so he had to experience that again.
No, I agree. I really like this season finale in isolation. I just don't think that this season works as well as it could.
It wasn't as strong as season 1, but I don't think it was a flop. Like, I think it was a successful.
Well, IGN thinks it was. They gave the season finale a 4.
Oof.
Ooh.
But take that.
Take
I
off
mean,
my
it
glasses.
is. It is
a 4 or a 7.
It's a 4, which is crazy. They never rate things low, because take it with a grain of salt. They rated the season 3 premiere an 8 for Wheel of Time. So, I don't really care what they have to say at all.
Yeah.
Like, nobody.
Is that
nobody
a
should care
0
about
to 10
IGN.
scale?
Yeah, 1 through 10.
Yeah, they IGN always does a 0 to 10.
They're
And
horrible.
they have. I don't think they've ever given anything lower than a 7 in their lives.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a meme, or I'm thinking of GameSpot. One of the two. Maybe it is IGN.
Mark Clark, for $1.99. Is Oliver as annoying as Scrappy Doo? No, I
like Oliver.
I like Oliver.
Yeah,
No,
he's not-
Oliver has some good points, and unfortunately doesn't get eaten by a velociraptor in Family Guy. Oliver makes sense with how he's growing up, and he does explain himself because he's only several months old,
Yeah.
but he
Right.
has the early memory of a Thraxan, so he knows like what happened on Thrax.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to remember. Was the season 2 finale Angstrom Levy?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yes. Yeah.
I'll pull up the episode and see.
Double check
the brain
that.
Multiverse guy.
That's another issue just in general with writing. It's not necessarily power scaling. Angstrom, I don't care, comic or not, he should be dead.
Yeah.
This is just bad writing.
I
Here.
don't like Angstrom Levy. The power scaling you mentioned, you keep bringing it up and then talking about other things, and I never get to.
I got a lot on my
but
mind.
I agree.
This season's rough.
For like half of season 2 and this entire season, Mark's character has pissed me off. Like his power level. You're like, you've seen, and then especially with the Invincible War episode where like they're just bodying people, and you're like, why does Mark constantly pull his punches and he gets the crap beaten out of him all the time when he's this strong?
And there are Marks that are stronger than him.
Yeah.
Actually, on that note, that black and yellow Mark. Anyone else remember him?
No. The multiverse stuff I don't care about.
I don't blame you for hating the multiverse stuff. Here's part of the reason why I don't like him.
Okay.
He was recruited by Angstrom Levy. That's the same Mark that killed his son.
Really?
That killed Angstrom Levy's son?
Yep.
Yeah.
Why recruit him?
See, that doesn't make.
Yeah.
Well, why recruit
the
any
fact
of them?
that he recruited any of them, I was like, I don't understand why he's all of a sudden willing to work with the bad Invincibles to kill the only good Invincible. Angstrom Levy makes no sense to me as a character.
Exactly.
I'm
That's
sorry.
the weakest
I
point
hate him.
So far, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when he got his arm chopped off and
thought-
went back to the other guys. It's like,
That's the one who kills his
He
son?
was good in season 2.
Yeah, okay. Season 2, episode 8 is the multiversal Angstrom Levy, sending him through teleports, and then he kills Angstrom Levy at the end of the episode.
Yeah. Turns him into.
I liked him in season 2. I thought he was good, and I thought it was good that he hated Mark because he was driven crazy, and
But even then, I don't necessarily buy it, because the problem is you have a character who knows full well that there is a multiverse. So
Right.
the premise, like,
And he chooses to pick on the one Mark that's good?
right.
I don't get it. He's not. He's
something
definitely.
else.
You can't call him the smartest character in the universe. He's an idiot.
This is the kind of thing that they did with Doctor Strange, though.
Yeah.
You're
Oh,
telling
yeah.
me that
No.
in 14 million different timelines, you only found one way to beat Thanos?
Yeah. It's
And it's
dumb.
like, here you went through, there's an infinite multiverse. So by definition, there is at minimum one other guy who is as good as this Mark.
Mhm.
It's ridiculous because correct me if I'm wrong. Kirkman also did.
Walking Dead.
No. It was Kripke who did Supernatural, right?
I don't know. I didn't watch
I think it was Eric Kripke that did Supernatural.
Kirkman did Walking Dead and
yes,
one
right,
other
anyway.
pretty famous one.
it's the same problem with Supernatural, where there's an infinite number of universes where Sam and whoever
Dean.
are.
Dean,
Thank you. Yeah, Dean. They infinitely keep screwing up, but there's one universe where God's just like, I like you, and you're going to be able to do everything because you have my back. And it's like, hold on, but you hate them. This is the same thing here.
Yeah,
because you
I
have an
didn't get it.
infinite number of marks who are all psychotically evil. Some killed their mom, some killed Eve. The one in white and pink killed his own dad in combat.
Yeah,
there's
I
an
don't
there's an
get it.
there's an Invincible that beat Omni-Man in a fight. And then you find him dead because he got strangled by a yo-yo.
What?
Yes, Omni-Mark. You can look this up right now in the comics. In the comics, Omni-Mark, who beat his father in a fight, killed him, took the costume, is strangled to death by a yo-yo from Yo-Yo Master, I think his name is, or something like that.
Oh, but he's one of the ones who's fighting in.
Yeah, he's one of the.
He's the one in the
Invincibles that fight.
Omni-Man costume. Yeah,
and he's dead in this one too. And
he gets killed by a yo-yo guy.
Yes.
Yeah. He's killed by a yo-yo guy.
Yes, it's psychotically stupid. Like the power scale, like when I got to the when I watched through that whole the whole war, and then I watched through this season, I wanted to rip my hair out like I was Mohawk Mark. I was like, why are we doing this? Yep, there he is. God, I hope your daughter's not behind you.
Awesome, Dad. Oh, Elliot did the same thing. So a few years ago, it was when the new Mortal Kombat movie came out. Which I guess there's going to be a sequel. They're going to do. We're going to get it Mortal Kombat 2. It was a dumb movie, but it was fun to watch. Elliot came downstairs during one fight where a guy smashes a guy's head. He like punches him, and his head just explodes.
Yeah.
And I was watching it with a friend, and he was supposed to be asleep. That scene pops off, and we hear from upstairs, "Holy crap! That was incredible!" It's like, okay, I'm sleeping in the doghouse tonight.
Yeah. So since I keep hammering this point home, I despise the power scaling in this.
It bothers
season
me.
too.
Is it as bad in the comics?
Basically. Well, you just saw Yo-Yo Mark
right.
here.
Yeah.
Like
I hear you. That's something that's always been a problem with comic books. So I kind of write it off. I wish it would be better. But
sure.
Yeah, I
It's
agree.
very difficult when you have so many superheroes with so many different abilities. It's
Okay,
so
but
hard
is
to
it
get
a
balance.
magical yo-yo?
It's gotta be.
It's
There's no way
not
it's a
an
normal yo-yo.
anti-Viltrumite kryptonite yo-yo. It's not. Okay. He in the panel, by the way, if when you opened it up, there was a panel upper middle and slightly to the left, and it's a wide shot of Omni-Mark like dashing away, and the yo-yo right there, second from the left, Reddit.
You think this will work? You think you can stop me?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, do the spoilers already. There you go.
I murdered my father, an adult Viltrumite. Do you really think you can hope to survive this?
And then he doesn't.
And then he doesn't.
That's weird.
But if he's legitimately like one of the strongest marks, and if you two panels below that in that list, it was actually the panel of all of the marks coming in. You have the black and yellow mark. I believe he's technically the strongest out of all of the marks.
Black and yellow.
Yeah. So you have like
that's the one that Rexplode takes out, right?
No, top left. Top left, I believe, is the one who gets killed by Rex.
Yeah, Rex killed one that looked almost identical to regular Mark.
Okay.
Second row, first on the left is Viltrumite Mark. He was accepted and like grew up in the Viltrumite army, so he's trained. He's a trained Viltrumite, and he got taken out by Tech Jacket, who's this superhero that has a bodysuit, and Mohawk Mark in the bottom row, second from the left. He killed like Adam Eve in his universe and just like thrashed her.
I think
And
they
that's
showed he got killed by the electric guy.
No, Mohawk Mark lives. He dies way later.
Okay, it was a different
but
one.
but out of all of these guys, the one on the bottom right is like the strongest out of all the marks, even more powerful than like the current mark. And then you have Omnimark, who beat Omni-Man. So like you have a scale which is insane because you have a character like they said that Mark is 138% stronger, right? And he still doesn't compare to Omni-Man. And then you have all of these marks not killing everybody because 2 of these guys get killed by the Reanimen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, and you could argue, sure, Cecil had his little switch thingamajigger, but that wasn't going off at the time.
But wasn't that a chip that he put inside Mark's head?
Yeah.
Well, it's
Yeah,
a
that
chip, but he
didn't
could also
make sense.
use because in the episode when Mark comes back to the place, he just plays it on the speakers. So it doesn't need to be a chip. It's more convenient because it's
Yeah.
Did they show
Yeah.
Omnimark die in the show?
Yes, I think Oliver. It's not
I'll look it
Kid
up.
Thor. There's two female. There's one female superhero, Oliver, and someone else. The 3 of them are. I believe it's the 3 of them walking away from his body.
Okay.
Either that or it was the yo-yo guy that killed him. Either way, you have all of these marks that got killed by all of these other random superheroes who shouldn't even be in the same ballpark and strength. And then you have,
and Mark's constantly getting beat too when he shouldn't be in the same ballpark either, right? It bothers
exactly.
me. It bothers me.
He put up a fight against that thing that Cthulhu monster that was rocking Omni-Man in the first season, and now you put him underground against those giant tunneling worms, and all of a sudden he can't get out of an egg sac.
He couldn't.
None of
that was
them
weird.
could?
That was weird. That was wild.
The egg sacs were definitely weird.
And it wasn't just Mark. Like there wasn't a single hero on Earth
Samson
that was capable
Immortal.
of breaking out of any of those.
And then the zombie
no.
bots came in and just like effortlessly tear them open.
That episode
It
was
weird.
nonsense, but
Yeah, and like the next episode, it was either that. Yeah, it was the next episode while he's getting the screech thingamajigger in his brain, and he's ripping through Reanimen left and right like they're tissue paper in Max's house.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
It's crazy. Like the power scaling makes it so difficult for me to care because everything feels so forced, and they're trying to skip over it through the pacing, which only serves to try to cover the problems. How
I agree.
is Adam Eve alive? For 2 reasons. Not only does she get run through but she gets fisted by Conquest. Cool, great, awesome. But the one Invincible. The one Invincible.
Daddy, I learned a
slams
new
her
word
face
today.
down. It's like
Mommy, what's fisting?
I'm not going to be allowed on this show.
It's it's usually just me. It's usually my fault.
But Adam Eve gets slammed down, and somehow she doesn't get splattered like Darkwing.
Yeah.
And speaking of Darkwing, why isn't he being mopped up right now? I get the parallels because you have this evil Mark in who's wrecking the Guardians of the Globe,
Right.
but there only a certain couple characters died because they can come back.
Yeah,
The other ones who can't die didn't get brutalized, with the exception of Rex. Like he was supposed to. Anyway.
I don't enjoy the constant fake
out deaths, which again is another comic book superhero trope, which I don't like, but that's part of the package.
Did the brothers that were twinning it that would always clone each other, are they dead officially?
Yeah, they're dead.
Maulers,
Overkill.
Maulers, there you go.
I think they come back in a later comic.
See, I don't care.
No, how? How?
Because like Dragon Ball,
it's
death does not matter in the series.
Yeah.
It's an annoying comic trope. It's not. It isn't.
It's not a comic trope. It's just bad writing trope.
It's frustrating though because the show constantly insists. The show constantly insists that death matters, and then it never does.
Yeah.
Are you saying it
For the
insists upon itself?
Main characters.
Yes. It bothers me. I like the show. I want to like it more than I do.
I think the Adam Eve stuff was handled the best overall. Her relationship with Mark.
And with Oliver too, I literally like that.
I loved Rexplode this season.
Rex
development
was phenomenal.
and death were great.
Yes,
and I hope he
Really
stays dead. Don't spoil it for me.
Darkwing Duck is the true Darkwing.
It's not that I don't like this season. I do enjoy it. Actually, the biggest problem actually is with Adam Eve, and that's just personal reasons. But it has some strong moments. I like the development with Adam Eve and Mark. I think that relationship is great.
Yeah.
I really like the meme that everybody's like freaking out about the animation not in the entire fight, but I'm sure you guys remember like the distinct positive animation or the better quality animation of Mark falling over and then struggling to stand up in the city. Right when he tells Conquest to stop.
Yeah.
There's like they actually have in between frames.
Yeah.
Like it was actually properly animated, and everybody's like, they were cooking with this shot.
Yeah.
I like that that's just a meme. But yeah, I do think overall, like, this season sucked.
It has problems.
Well,
I enjoyed most of it, but I wish I loved it, and I didn't love this season.
Same.
I see where you guys come from, but I still really liked it. Also, one more thing I wanted to mention. I really liked.
Is it that the time travel episode sucked?
Yes.
No, this finale episode was a nice callback to The Walking Dead because you got Mark, who's the voice actor that plays Glenn, and Conquest was Negan, right? So that was
we got it.
That was a fun.
We got it, David.
Yeah, I liked it. It was cool hearing their voices.
You know that time travel episode makes it even more of a problem because they rushed through him killing somebody and brushing that off as though that didn't matter, which completely contradicts everything.
The whole episode is about killing people. Yeah.
The whole
season is
all of it is so poorly handled. It drives me nuts. The characters just Mark in particular flip flops, and then when it finally matters, it like this is why I argue against like what you said earlier, David. Is they wanted to build towards something and they failed because they already did it and they brushed it off.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Mm-hmm. Also, Adam Eve's boobs were supposed to be bigger, and they didn't do that, so 0 out of 10.
Well, if she can change
I give it an A.
atoms, if you're going to rebuild your body from scratch,
right?
Turn up the dial a little bit.
Yeah, it shouldn't be Adam Eve's. It should be Adam Double D's.
Adam Double D's.
But we're not there. That's actually what's supposed to happen when she dies. When she's about to die.
Oh, it's when she dies? She makes him bigger?
No. Actually, yes. No, in the comic, you could bring up the panel.
That's great.
When she reconstructs herself, she makes herself better. That's actually the only thing that gets improved. Look up the panel.
Wow.
Okay. What do I Google though? Like Adam Eve makes her boobs bigger?
Yeah, that's dangerous territory, bro.
Your wife heard you say that loud enough. Repeat that, Mex.
I just looked up Adam Eve Invincible, and looking at the comic version and the show version, it's confirmed.
Yeah, there's so when they're recovering, when Mark is recovering after the fight with Conquest, he actually the panel is him staring at her shirt because it's a low cut and that the material is screaming.
I'm just getting a whole bunch of Rule 43 stuff. Did I get the right number? I'm not a part of that world. I was making a joke. Did I get
40,
the joke right?
40?
Is it 43?
It's 34.
Oh, 34. Okay, I got wrong.
Darn.
Yeah, no, he's actually so when
I'm a good Mormon boy. I don't know what porn is.
this is actually supposed to be a big deal for a later point in the story because
That our boobs are
wanna-
supposed to be bigger. It's really important for the plot. Okay.
I watch Invincible for the plot. The plot.
Yeah.
Good plot.
But no, it was just it was just a small. Those were a small detail I happened to catch that was missing.
That's hilarious.
That you happen to catch.
Because they in some of the earlier panels, they're about the same size.
Yeah, no, there is a shot.
This is really important.
Yeah, I really find it funny that we're all currently looking up her chest size. You know, that whole best gen, and we're over here drooling.
Glad fiance can't understand English yet. Otherwise,
yeah, but she can improve anybody. Like it's like certain people within a radius, because this does play into later fights where characters are nearly killed. It plays a part with how they get power-ups, and she having the ability when her mental walls are broken during this life or death situation, she actually can rearrange sentient matter, which is the in-universe reason why she can't just turn everybody into Superman.
Yeah. Or turn everyone into goo.
Yeah, basically, because in power scaling, Adam Eve is not actually all that strong, but on the utilitarian perspective, she is the most powerful thing in the universe.
Right.
And her power literally makes her immortal.
Yeah.
Which obviously they find out in this in this episode. But
okay,
yeah, she makes them physically.
I think this one's fan art. I don't think this one's from the comic.
Is he in the bed at the GDA recovering?
No, it's just this is fan art.
Okay, it's probably fan art.
Would have brought it up, but it's not.
Yeah.
Anywho.
Yeah. So back to less important things than Adam Eve's tits.
Invincible is its own universe. I think he's still doing it. He's doing a spin-off right now with the Beast guy, right?
Battle Beast.
I think he's.
Beast
I know he did a spin-off with Battle Beast. I don't know if he's currently still writing it, but.
Oh, okay. I don't know if Battle Beast has a thing. He does over. Oh, actually, that was one of the things.
There is a Battle Beast spin-off. I think he's still writing in it.
Oh no, you reminded me. One of the heroes who actually gets defeated by one of, and this is proof enough why the power scaling is absolutely retarded in the season.
Oh.
And they couldn't pull this character in because of money, obviously, because this show is cheap as hell. One of the heroes that one of the evil Invincibles beats in combat is Spawn.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. There's no way he should have been able to pull that one off. But somehow,
dude, I freaking love Spawn. Spawn, that's a great comic book.
Yeah. Try to ration in your head, Jared, how Invincible could be Spawn.
Wow.
I killed God and Satan, Spawn. It's just
I'm not familiar with Spawn. What's his abilities?
What aren't his abilities?
Okay, I see.
Yeah, Charles got engaged to a Brazilian. So
she's still learning English.
Yeah.
I can tell
mail order.
Yeah, one of those.
Mail order?
No. Anyway, we've probably talked about Invincible for far too long.
It's been an hour.
1 week since you looked at me.
Hour and 40 minutes.
any other show, this would be fine. But we have 4 other shows to talk about. Is the problem?
Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
Oh,
So-
hey, Adrian.
Did you have anything really important to bring up? Otherwise, I think we'll move on from.
No, we talked about her boobs for a while. I'm good.
Yeah, we're good. I like the show. I like the show. I wish it's one of those things, it could be better, and I wish it was.
There's a lot's going to happen in season 4, and I'm worried because they're going to. I'm pretty sure they're either going to end with beginning, like worrying. It's either going to end that season 4 concludes right before the Viltrumite War, or they're going to do the Viltrumite War in season 4. And I don't know which they're going to do because of how badly season 3 was paced and structured.
Yeah.
They're going to zip right through like every major thing one episode at a time, and then we're going to get Viltrumite War for an episode or 2, and it's just going to all go out the window.
Yeah. I hope they don't do that.
Yeah. Like Conquest isn't dead, obviously, and you're going to get a round 2 with him, but
Yeah.
it like...
Well, obviously, that was the stupidest way to save his life is to put him in a freaking incubator or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you catch how much he said was on top of him, by the way?
Oh yeah, but
It was like 400 tons of tungsten steel and thermite bombs, and I'm like, 400. You do know that Omni-Man bench pressed a comet the size of Texas, right?
yeah, I'm like that's the
Like-
stupidest idea ever.
Yeah.
Why are you stupid?
Yeah, I was expecting him to not incinerate the body, of course, but I was expecting him to, study his molecules or something and learn how to make a better zombie cyborg.
Yeah,
thing or
I was
something with
I was expecting something
Yeah.
like a blood transfusion or something.
blood transfusion into his little cyborg dudes.
Well,
Sure.
Mega Mind on him.
But yeah, just keeping him alive to interrogate him is kind of dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the comics, he doesn't stick around. He wakes after he's like fully regenerated, and he looks around. He's like, "Oh, this is neat," and he instantly just breaks out and flies off into space. And you're like, "Well, that was totally useless. Thanks." Yeah, I don't hold all of the writing in season 3 as like a problem of season 3. It's an issue throughout the whole series.
Yeah.
But you can really tell that after the first, not even the first season, but like the first, like, the whole Omni-Man is evil arc. He, like, the Invincible story more or less peaks with that until it finally does its own thing, and you're talking about a massive time jump in the future. But that's way down the line. But everything else is basically like just a really stupid retread of the first season, either in Literally So, when again a later story, or in this one, which was very much Mark is coming into his own, but the parallels between this and season 1 are so on point that they're just retreading old ground, and they didn't approach it from the direction that they should have, as I mentioned before, because like the time travel thing, he just kills Immortal and that's it. There's no challenge to the position, unlike what Omni-Man did, which was push him beyond his physical bounds and his moral, but his moral held, and that's why he beat Omni-Man by beating him through love. They already did that, and then they rush this, and everything is so scattershot. There's no proper structuring. It's just a mess. And season 4, I fear season 4 will probably be worse because they're going to skip through a lot of things.
Yeah. Did you see the announcement? They're also going to add a new storyline in season 4 where he fights the devil.
Okay.
That's
okay.
Interesting.
Yeah,
So,
because Kurtman said there's always a plot line in comics where they go down and to hell and fight the devil. So that's what the
Always?
the post credit teaser was for. They're going to add a storyline that is unique to the show and not
Yeah,
the
the
comics.
dark one.
Gotcha.
But don't worry, guys, because I found it. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that face.
Made some improvements.
Do we have a comparison of what she looked like in the comics before this?
Give me a second.
We can
Yeah.
confirm.
How long have you been looking this entire time?
Oh, that's good.
Careful, Charles. You're promised. So
Hey, she doesn't speak English.
It's not that big of a change.
watch this
I would say. I mean, here's this panel. You know, they're not. They're bigger than comic than the TV
The
show.
TV show.
They're getting
yeah.
pushed aside by the fist.
Yeah, let me see if I can find one where she's just standing up. You know. Okay, here's a good one. This is baseline Adam Eve.
Oh, okay.
They are supposed to be like she's voluptuous in the comics too. Yes. But
Yeah.
Yes. They like they're not supposed to be as big as they are here. And then in the show, they just didn't change anything.
Yeah. Maybe they did. I don't know if we've gotten a lot of shots after the fact, but there's still time. Still time. Okay.
Yeah, there's still time to slip a couple fives to the animators.
Ooh, that's a great question. Mark Clark, thank you for the $1.99. What a great super chat. Who will have kids first, Jared or Charles? Well, here's the thing. Charles needs a visa.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a year and a half for visa, and she's already made me promise to wait a year or two before we start having kids. So,
Oh,
So
boy.
it's really anyone's game.
Jared, you got a time.
So what you're saying is it's a really close
like,
race.
There's a chance.
3.5 years for me, at least. We'll see, Jared. We'll see.
All right.
Long.
Right.
Like,
Charles will win.
yeah, I've got a
Well,
countdown on my phone. As soon as it hits 0,
I'm just saying, if this goes on for a lot longer, there some people, not me, some people might start questioning your virility. So
That's what some people say.
Jared, stop
Some people-
looking
some
up
people
Adam
say it.
Eve's tits and go get an Adam Eve.
not me, I would never say it, but some people are saying he's shooting blanks.
Some people would say, yeah.
Yeah, your Trump impersonation's getting better, bro.
First
Mark
off,
said it
lose the
several
tie.
times, so.
Some people might say, frankly, he's shooting blanks. He's not sending his best.
They're sending their Jareds.
They're sending their chair.
Oh my god. Oh
They're sending weak, they're not strong swimmers, which we're not used to that. We usually get the best swimmers.
Oh, boy.
He asked me to build him a crib, a big, beautiful crib from wall to shining wall.
We asked the in-laws to pay for it. Oh boy, man! I think we just struck gold in this.
Get the zinger ready. Yeah, well, it'll be a long time before I get to play the congrats on the sex zinger.
yeah, at least a year and a half.
Long time. Anyway,
It's like that moment in Family Guy when Peter's like, "Oh, I've been waiting 30 years to say this," and he pulls the string and it just says "Congratulations." There's confetti, and he looks around. He's like, "Huh, where's the clown?"
it's good.
Right.
I watched Family Guy in years. Anyway, well, we're so glad you joined us to talk about Invincible.
Yeah, thank you for
You're
having
welcome to stay for the rest of the conversation too, or you
me.
can
I'll stay
leave.
for a little bit. Hear how bad things went.
Let's see. Reacher's doing really well. I'm not watching it though.
Yeah, I've watched it.
Season 3 is the most watched returning season of television on Amazon Prime ever, according to
Wow.
Amazon.
I don't know if we can trust
Which
Amazon,
just
but-
is admitting that Rings of Power season 2 was a massive flop.
That's funny.
Did you see the video? I don't want to bury the lead. Did you see the video? Where I discussed the
No.
watch time for Acolyte.
No, I didn't.
So season 1 of Rings of Power raked in something like 7.95 billion minutes watched, which is actually just under Fallout. Fallout was like 7.97, something like that. They didn't. Neither of them broke 8 billion, which actually does not put Rings of Power in the top 7 or 8 for minutes watched. Rings of Power season 2 came in at like 4.5 or 5 billion, something like super low. And so if Reacher beat Rings of Power season 2, like that number is extraordinarily low.
Yeah. So this isn't watch time. This is Google metrics. So this is the number of people typing in this phrase into Google. Which season 1, they got a lot of buzz. A bunch of people watched the first episode. 70% of people stopped watching. Didn't watch the season finale. But compared to the search results, this is season 2 and season 1. Not good.
I have my video open, so give or take about 3.2 billion minutes watched for Rings of Power
Reacher.
season 2.
This is Reacher compared to The Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Is
hardly a drop. Season 1, they dropped all at once, so it was a flash in the pan.
Sure.
This is season 2, season 3. It's
Okay,
that's what you want to see.
Reacher, you still have Lord of the Rings on there too.
Yeah,
got it.
It's comparing it. Yeah.
Yeah. I was.
So Fallout. That's a good comparison as well.
Yes.
Now Fallout, you're going to have the video game too. So.
Yeah, so you can disambiguate.
Yeah. So 7.95 billion minutes watched is what I've got on the because the video here I have here pulls straight from Luminate. Oh, Reacher's a failure.
Yeah.
Am I reading this wrong? It doesn't look like Reacher's actually got very good views.
This is not views. This is search people typing into Google.
Oh, okay.
Well,
so Google searches.
So a lot of people. So this is actually pretty good. You can see a lot of people were searching during its entire run.
Gotcha.
A bunch of people looked up, "Hey, what the heck is Fallout?" and then immediately stopped. Right?
No, Fallout was terrible. Yeah.
So Reacher's got pretty good staying power. It's doing pretty
Were you about
good.
to pick a fight with me, Charles?
It's got. I like parts of it, but some parts of it were so bad.
What?
Oh,
Fallout?
I
Some parts
know,
of it were
I know
really
the
good.
feeling, man. I know the feeling.
Yeah.
They suck.
Now,
I got
If
like
you-
a half an hour review on it if you want to hear my thoughts.
if you want to see an example
Oh, man.
of a show that's doing
goodness.
really bad, let's
What?
remove Fallout because
So the yellow is Wheel of Time.
Yellow's
Yeah, the yellow's Wheel of
That
Time.
is awful.
Wow.
season 2
Holy
got about
cow.
half of what season 1 got. Season 3, they spent a whole bunch of money on marketing this season, so
Yeah.
it's getting a little bit more, but it's been 1 week. So
But still, it's still below any of the other ones.
yeah.
Even the very first season is below the current season of Reacher,
Yeah.
or the current season of
Curiosity.
It's below
Lord
the
of the
current
Rings,
season of
too.
Rings of Power.
yeah. That is bad.
I don't know if they have the TV show set apart.
Yeah,
Oh, here you go. House of David. Oh no.
yeah, but that's just a
We're gonna have to
Custom,
zoom in to because this one won't compare.
Yeah.
oh, there you go.
So, House of David is doing the same numbers as the Wheel of Time.
And it's a show out of nowhere, like
Yeah,
with no fan base.
it's
Well,
really
It's
good.
Fan base, but
By the way, House of David's fantastic. If you're not watching it, do it.
Yeah,
yeah, it was good.
Fantastic. Curious if you type in the Bible. I'm curious what it'll show.
The Bible?
compared. I guess when most people look up the Bible, they don't look up. They search.
I don't think they
scripture instead of-
Google the Bible. I mean, people do, but it's gonna. That's not
Look
a
at that though.
that you can't. You have to compare.
It's not a
TV show-
comparable term, yeah.
I agree. Yeah, I was just curious.
But anyway, yeah. So Reacher's doing really well. Lord of the Rings is not. I mean, this is just name recognition. It doesn't mean people watched it, you know.
Yeah.
And Wheel of Time, it's not looking good. It's not looking.
Can you adjust the Rings of Power to just Rings of Power?
Yeah, this is specifically the TV show, though. You can do the search term rings.
Yeah. Just do Rings of Power.
But if you want it connected to the TV show, it'll be similar.
Ooh.
It'll be similar. Let's zoom
Okay,
back.
it
Zoom back
didn't
up.
shift much at all. Gotcha.
No, it's about the
Okay.
same. Yeah.
I was curious because most people aren't going to be grammatically correct, you know, just like you've slandered words.
Yeah, there's a little bit of grace with you don't have to type the whole phrase.
Yeah.
If you select the TV series, it'll encompass like, hey, these are people who were looking for the TV show. They didn't have to type in the whole thing.
Yeah, I got you. I was curious because maybe that extra little bit of leniency might show that maybe more was being looked for. But hell, if it's not being looked for like that, then it don't matter.
Yeah. Anyway,
Type in the search Adam Eve.
they are searches for Adam Eve's chest size have skyrocketed. For some reason at 8:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time on a Sunday night. For some reason,
Eve's badonkadonks. Wow.
Hussein, I want to say thank you for introducing me to Dungeon Crawler Carl. You're welcome. I just finished the last book, and it's been a wonderful ride. And
I'm on the second to last book.
I'm trying. I've been really busy, but I'm trying to get a conglomerate of YouTubers together to convince the author to come do an interview. And I'll be like, look, I've got like 10 YouTubers, and they all combined, we have a bunch of subscribers that could sell your book.
Did you finish the last book already?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's really good, right?
Really
I
good.
like
Really
it a
good.
lot.
Did you just laugh at the chat that just came in from the Martina girl too?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's what I was laughing at.
This one? This one?
No, not. Oh God.
No.
Look, I'm a good Christian boy. I don't know anything about porn. Even I know what that is. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm curious what Google Trends have to say. I'm kidding.
Don't look up Adam and Steve. Wow, I just tuned in. Yeah. Oh dear. That's it. Oh, Martina is reading the Dragon Thief. Is that what she's reading?
Yes, she just
that's
reading
an
that one.
apostrophe. Whoops! I did not read that as Penn's book.
Yeah, Blake and Raven Penn. They're friends of mine.
The apostrophe was an I.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's not a book series I would recommend.
David, why is your wife reading the penis book? Anyway. Okay.
Years ago, when I was gaming with my buddies, his daughter almost clicked the link, and we heard him over his microphone dash over and push her out of her chair because one of our buddies sent a link in the
two girls.
Oh
no. It was a web link, but it said Penn Island, but it was one word.
Mm.
Yeah,
so he shoved her out of the way and was like, "No, don't read that." And he's like, "No, it's Penn Island, not Penis Land."
Fun. Yeah, let's if we Wheel of Time, should we do Wheel of Time or should we do House of David or should we do I don't want to talk about Daredevil. If I'm being
I
honest.
haven't watched Wheel of Time.
I didn't no one watched it?
Nope.
I tried. I started watching it about 4 times and I was just like, I don't like this show.
Wait, watch what?
Daredevil, Born Again.
Daredevil, Born
Oh,
Again.
yeah, I didn't watch it. Well, here's the thing. I literally, the first part of that first episode, I was watching it and I was like, oh, that CGI sucks. Like where he's like flipping over the roof.
Oh yeah, you weren't here last week. You weren't here when I pointed out the digi doubles. It's bad. It's
crazy.
really
I
bad.
wasn't there, but yeah, it was so bad. I just was like, man, I don't need it.
Wheel of
I
okay.
only
Okay,
saw-
we'll talk about Wheel of Time.
I only saw what EFAP had to say about
Oh, Severance is the other show.
Daredevil, and they said it was terrible. So I'm going to trust them because I trust Mahler. So.
It's not.
I didn't hate it. It's not
terrible.
Right.
It's not good.
Gotcha.
There's
on par with the old Netflix show. Yeah.
But
Okay.
I did watch this episode like right before the show. I was like, okay, fine. Just in case people watched it, I'll watch the episode. But I was working on other stuff. It's dumb. It's not a good show. But okay. Wheel of Time.
Wheel of Time.
Severance is good. We'll get to that at the end. Severance is kind of like
good for the end. Yeah.
It's the penultimate episode. Season finale is next week. We'll talk a lot about Severance next week. There wasn't really a whole lot to discuss in this episode. It was kind of just putting all of the cards in place for the finale anyway, right? Yeah. I don't even know if there's stuff we can theorize about, but let's do Wheel of Time.
I did want to say real quick, I guess, unless we're going to wait to talk about Severance.
You can say it real quick.
Well, it's about the previous episode because I realized that I think the previous episode kind of further gets rid of the theory of aliens because
probably it's probably not aliens. Okay, whatever. Let's talk about Wheel of Time.
That's all I'm saying.
I still want it to be aliens.
It's not alien technology. We know it's not alien tech.
Thanks, Charles.
Wheel.
I don't want it to be aliens. I think it's cooler if it's just messed up humans.
Whatever. You guys are bums. You guys are bums if you don't want it to be aliens. All right.
Wouldn't hate it if it's aliens, but I'd rather it not be. Moving on.
If you want, there's no way we can do a full breakdown of all 3 episodes. Go watch my live reaction on Prophet of the Dragons channel. I hated it. I hated just about every second of this. There was one point in the first episode where I got excited, and it's because I thought they were doing a Bubble of Evil, and I was like, oh, okay, this is great. They're doing a Bubble of Evil, and then they retconned it, and it was way worse because it was Moraine doing a bad thing. Like, Moraine is just a bad person. And I know I say this all the time on this show. I hate Hollywood so much, and the reason why these shows suck is because Hollywood does not believe in good and evil. They don't believe that evil's a thing. They don't believe that hell is a real thing, okay? So it is impossible for them to write compelling stories that are centered around good and evil, which is, spoiler alert, the entire point of the Wheel of Time books. That's all it's about. It's the fight between good and evil. Literally, I'm going to spoil the books just a little bit, okay? The finale of the series, okay, thematically, I'm not going to spoil the events, okay, thematically, the point of the entire series of the Wheel of Time is the fight between good and evil, and the message is good can only lose if they give up. The theme is, it is impossible for evil to triumph. And so you find out that the goal of the Dark One, his only goal, is not to kill Rand. He wants, and not even to convert Rand to the dark side. He is trying for the entire series to get Rand, the chosen one, the Jesus of the series, to lose hope. Okay? And that is the crux of Rand's entire character arc is him having to decide if he is going to lose hope. He gets pushed down a very dark path, starting with the book that David just finished, starting with Demise Wells. He gets pushed into darkness. And then the next about 6 books of the series are him spiraling further and further into darkness, and then starting to do more and more morally questionable things in the fight for good. And it comes to climax in the third to last book, where he has to decide if he's going to give up hope or keep fighting. And then the last book, the final battle between him and Satan isn't really about sword fighting or using magic stronger than the other. But that's part of it. It's really cool, but it's literally just a battle of willpower. And this show is the complete antithesis of that. This show doesn't know what good and evil is. Every single main character in this show is morally horrible. They are bad people. And for some inexplicable reason, all of the bad guys are good people. For heaven's sakes, you have Selene, Lanfear, the mother of evil, is trying to be a good person. Her plot in this show is her trying to find an Angreal which can sever her tie to the Dark One so that she can just be happy. That is not her character. Lanfear is a phenomenal villain because, and they're trying to say, oh, it's show accurate. Liandrin never served the dark. Wrong. Liandrin did serve the dark. She made a deal with Satan. She is one of the Forsaken. Okay, she's one of Satan's chosen warriors. Liandrin made a deal with the devil. What makes her character interesting is
Liandrin or Lanfear?
Sorry, Lanfear.
Lanfear.
Okay.
Sorry, Lanfear. Mistake.
Right.
I don't make those often. Lanfear.
Right. Yeah, we'll just glaze over that.
The reason why her character is compelling in the show is unlike any of the other Forsaken, who are all serving, made a deal with Satan, the devil. I know his name isn't Shaitan. Okay, I'm just generalizing it. So they all made a deal with the devil for power. They're all self-serving, and they all fight amongst each other for power. They all want to become Nablus. They all want to be the right-hand man, okay? Liandrin is so compelling because she doesn't care. The only thing she cares about is this unrequited love for the Dragon Reborn. So she made a deal with Satan just so that she could have those, so she could be with him. And she's an awesome villain because, yes, technically she doesn't always serve the dark, but it's a completely selfish motivation. She is so obsessed with Rand as a character that she will kill anyone and anything that gets between them. And he doesn't love her back. And in this incarnation as Rand, he doesn't even know who she is at first, right? Yeah. And that's why she's so terrifying. And in the show, I just want to be a good person. It's crazy.
Let me again.
And in the show, in season 2, she teleports Rand in the dream world to go visit his girlfriend. You're like, so are you kidding me? Like, in this the spoilers for book 5? Is it 5? It's not 4, huh? It's book 5. She does something very, very crazy when she finds out that someone has slept with Rand, and it causes the death of a very main character in the series. Okay? And that's not going to happen in the show. And it's infuriating me. Okay? That's the problem with Lanfear as a character. Instead, Lanfear in the show is completely unrecognizable from the books. But that's every single character in the show is completely unrecognizable from the books.
Well,
Lanfear, the villain, for some reason, is the only person in the show that's doing good things. She's off killing pedophiles.
Yeah. Well, so this is the thing with it's like a lot of what I noticed.
Rand loses his virginity, Lanfear finds out, and does a 9/11. Okay?
Yeah. But so what I noticed with these 3 episodes is like they are getting to the basic, like they're getting to the basic things that happen in the story, but they are in no way the same way that they got there, right? Like you know, you're seeing Matt and you're seeing Elaine, and you're seeing Nynaeve. They're all leaving the tower, right? But like, it's under completely different circumstances.
It's under opposite circumstances.
Yeah,
every single character motivation is the opposite of what it should be from the books.
Yeah, it's really
Egwene, literally her defining characteristic is I want to be an Aes Sedai. And in this episode, she's I don't want to be an Aes Sedai. I don't understand. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
Mark Clark, thanks for the $1.99. I thought this was a previous super chat because you've been super chatting so much. Things not to Google: Mr. Hands and Blue Waffles. I don't know what Mr. Hands is. I do know what Blue Waffles are.
You don't want to know what any of those things are.
But Blue Waffle is not real. It's not a real thing. It's Photoshop.
Remember that it's not real.
It's gross, okay? But I don't understand the internet's fascination with Blue Waffle, this fake disease that doesn't exist. Because anyone can make something gross that's not real. I'm much more scared about the real disgusting diseases. I don't know what Mr. Hands is. Don't want to know.
But yeah, so that's what I find like just demoralizing is that like, yeah, they're getting to where they need to go, but at the same time, like it's not the same story, it's not the same way. Like, yeah, they, you know, the Aes Sedai attacked the White Tower and they stole all these Shangri-La, but it's like, but it's not the same way that it happens.
They have Lan deliver one of the best lines. I just realized I was describing 2 scenes where Lan delivers one of the best lines from the books, and it's for the opposite reason. Okay, twice. I was thinking of one, and I realized it happens twice. Season 1, Lan says the line to Nynaeve, I will hate the man that you marry because he isn't me.
Yeah.
Right after he bangs her. Okay? And then he bangs her and then breaks up with her and says, I can never be with you. Okay? It's heartbreaking in the books when he says it because he loves her, but he knows he's doomed, and so he won't be with her. And in the series, I'm going to have sex with you and then break up with you. Screw you. Then in season 2, he says the other best line in the book, the number one lesson for being a man is whatever happens, face it on your feet. Right before Rand is subjugated and thrown on his knees for that entire season, not just that scene. Screw this show. Moraine colluding with Lanfear.
That was so dumb. And what did it do for him? It's
to create a fake bubble of evil. I don't even understand what the point of that was.
I know, it didn't do anything.
If anything, like the result was, we need to split up. That doesn't make sense. If you're going to shoot a bubble of evil at them, they should be like, we need to stay together and maybe all leave the city. Like, I don't even understand what they were trying to accomplish with that fake bubble of evil, and I hate it so much. And also, Moraine is a despicable, morally evil person who is now literally working for the Shadow. Morghese had children murdered in her ascendancy battle.
Yeah, that was dumb too. I'm like, that is not how it happened. Like, she was a good queen before she gets taken over. Like, before she has.
If you want to prevent a secession war, this is exactly what you don't do.
Yeah, that was so dumb the way that they portrayed that. I was like,
it was idiotic. She's an evil person. Every single character who was supposed to be good in this show is evil. Rand is a murderer. Yes? His his sexual morality completely stripped in this show. Okay, one of my favorite moments is the first time he has sex is an accident because they're freezing to death and they're using their body heat for warmth, and he's so ashamed of what he's done, he proposes marriage on the spot and says, "Look, I've shamed you and your entire family. I will marry you."
Oh,
and
no,
it's
that
an
was
awesome.
insane.
Okay, so he has no. He's a murderer. He has no morality, and he's an idiot, and he's constantly thrown on his knees and disrespected in his own show. Perrin is a cold-blooded murderer. He's supposed to be. He's supposed to have killed a White Cloak in self-defense, which is why it's fascinating. He's being hunted by the White Cloaks the whole series under false pretenses. In the show, I agree with the freaking White Cloaks. He should be hanged. Perrin should be hanged. Egwene is a cold-blooded murderer. Nynaeve breaks Geneva Conventions, torturing people. There was something else Nynaeve did that was horrible too, and I can't remember. Min, literally a dark friend. She literally made a deal with Satan.
And she tries to go to Matt and be like, "Oh, forgive me for
Matt,
selling me out to these guys." Like,
Matt, also literally a dark friend. Aside from the things we've already covered in season 1 with him completely abandoning his friends, which is the opposite of his character. Moraine is the worst of them all. She is horribly evil, and for some reason, Lanfear, one of the worst Forsaken of all time, is good. Leandrin goes around like to catch a predator. Suan Sanche is absolutely evil. It's insane. I hate this show so much.
Here's the thing, though, too, that I noticed.
See, he would like that, though. Okay?
Wow. And here's the other thing, too.
What Egwene does with the colors is absolutely impossible. It's nonsense. And then she instead of Rand fighting Ishamael, she fights him.
Yeah. And the thing too that I noticed a little bit with this season is that like they're retrofitting a lot of the stuff that they did wrong in the first two ones. So like
they're making it worse. They're making it worse though.
Well. For example.
Yeah. Rand made a deal in season 2. Made a deal with Lanfear, so that he could break free, she murders half of the city.
Yeah, when he's blowing up everything. Yeah, that was awful. But here's the thing. So literally in the first season, first 2 seasons, right? Like the Waygates were like, what is this? You just use the one power to open.
Yeah, and then they try and actually. And
then
the Waygates work how they're supposed to now, and then they have Loyal say this is much better than just channeling them open.
Right?
Okay, but that doesn't solve the problem that you've created for later books. If it's at all possible for them to just be channeled open, because they shouldn't be.
Yep,
Pointing out the fact that it's stupid doesn't change the fact that it's stupid. Just like Matt pointing out, hey, did you ever notice that the White Tower looks like a giant dick?
Yeah, that was
pointing out that your show is moronic doesn't fix the fact that it's stupid.
Yep, I totally agree. But I thought it was funny that they're trying okay.
Ishamael is described as a gentle soul.
I'll give them credit. They may be listening to their fans, and they may be trying.
The Betrayer of Hope that's his title. The Betrayer of Hope is described as a gentle soul, just misunderstood.
Yeah. In season 2, the way that they ended it with the whole dragon thing, like that, just and they're showing Rand fighting with a sword, right? And Moraine's like, and then Moraine's the one that points it out and be like, why are you fighting? Why are you training with the sword?
No, what's worse, Jared, is when they show the picture of the season 2 finale of Falma, of Rand fighting in the sky with Ishamael, and they're like, and all the show fans are like, oh my goodness. They're pointing it out. They're showing this because that's the whole thing with the Wheel of Time is an event happens, and then over time people exaggerate the story, and the story changes as it crosses through time and space. That's what that's perfectly adapting what Robert Jordan said about time and how stories change.
Yeah.
except that they're showing what it should have looked like in the finale rather than
wasn't.
an altered version of it. It pissed me off so much. Like, oh wow, it would have been great if we saw that on screen.
Right. So it's stuff like that where I'm like, okay, they're trying
Swan
to do
constantly
stuff that's
disobeying Tower Law. Yes, by lifting. Yes, it's dumb.
Right.
Moraine literally has broken all 3 oaths. Moraine has to be a dark friend. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
The costumes I hate. Look, here's the thing. The costumes are like technically impressive.
Yeah.
Whoever made them has a bunch of skill. They are all completely out of place for the show. I hate the costumes in the show, but they're good costumes. They're just bad for the show.
Yeah, I don't think I don't have a huge problem.
Maybe it was our morals that were and Robert Jordan's.
But that's the frustrating thing for me is like, yeah, I can see that they're trying to do some of these little things, but it's like you guys are way too late. This is season 3. This should have been in season 1.
But the things the Easter eggs that they're bringing up are just insulting though, because you're like, no, I get that that's an Easter egg, and it would be so much better if that's what we got.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So I had to step away for a bit, but I heard you mentioned costumes. My wife is big into costumes. That's one of the major things that she notices in every season, in every show that we watch together. They're awful. Yeah, they're absolutely awful in the show.
And the reason why is because they look like they're wearing costumes.
Yes.
And then you watch House of David, and you're like, oh, these people look like they're wearing clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay.
And the number one issue that I have with a lot of these shows is they're using printed fabrics and pretending that those are fancy things. And
the technology wouldn't exist, but yes.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, in something like this, maybe because it's a post.
They could do block printing, but not the kind of printed
not
fabrics.
The kind of yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is funny. This is not someone making fun of the show. This is a show fan. This is praise. Just watch the first 3 episodes of Wheel of Time Season 3, and all I can say is, welcome back, everyone's favorite fantasy misandry show. And Pips the Wonderful points out that this is the perfect encapsulation of Poe's Law. But, like, you genuinely can't tell. Is this someone satirizing the show, or is it's genuine? This is an actual genuine comment.
Yeah.
But the show gave us the painting of the battle in the sky. Screw the show.
Yeah, it's stuff like that. It's like, it's so ridiculous.
Robert Jordan would be horrified by what this show is.
Yeah. He said so in his own words.
Yeah.
You brought it up several times on the show. If you make erotica of my characters,
screw you.
Screw you.
I will hunt, he says, I will hunt you down and kill you. I mean, is what he said.
There are parts in his there are parts where they are, like, for example, especially with the Shido, not the Shido, but with the right when he
I didn't send that to me on Twitter. I haven't seen it.
So like Ren becomes Kara Khan, and they literally, like, the wise ones are punishing one of the girls for something, and they literally make her go around walking around naked. So it's like,
right.
There is
the book,
like that, but
the book is a commentary on those societal norms and stuff, and what is moral and what is not. And Rand specifically, when he has an intimate moment with one of the characters, he's horrified. He wants to marry the girl.
I already brought that up.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is this racist? Mark, for $4.99, the only thing worse than Moraine and the gang are the snow Mexicans. Who are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure he's calling you out, buddy.
Me? I'm a real, actual, technical Mexican.
Shut up, you Snexican.
The Canadian. Canadians in real life. Okay, I understand what you're saying. I was trying to think of a group in the show that snow Mexicans could be referring to. Got it.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And I
There's
would
no
ask
snow in the
you,
show.
though-
Have you seen the flashback episode on Dragon Mount? Thank you very much. There is snow, and there's a pregnant lady fighting 10 guys and doing flips through the air. Yeah.
Yeah, there is. But I will add with my comment too, though. I think though it's not really erotica because he notes that hey, this is a punishment, but like there's no like
there's nothing erotic about it. Yeah.
Voluptuous like bosom and all that stuff. It's like
exactly.
But
there is nudity in his books and there's sex in his books, but yeah, it's not
literally
erotic.
it's fade to black sex. It's we started kissing and it fades to black. That's it. It's not erotic if the show is just playing off of the subtext that's in the books. That's what the fans are this. I'm working on a video talking about the Moraine and Suan relationship in the show versus the books, and everyone's saying, it's so accurate because it's just expounding on the things that Robert Jordan hinted at. Okay, Robert Jordan hinted at them for a reason. They're like, it's literally in the books. It's literally not in the books. It's
explicitly not in the books. Yeah,
it's hinted that it could be a possibility in the books, and you're supposed to decide whether or not it is. It's called freaking subtext, which literally means it is not in the text. Screw you.
Yeah.
Okay. This is what Rafe has said in defending these changes, right? The reason we've made these changes, they were necessary for the show's audience to understand the emotionally to emotionally understand the characters that inhabit this world. Except for the characters are the opposite of what they should be emotionally.
Yeah. Yep.
I always focused on the emotional truth of the characters and trying to get that across on screen. Judkins told the outlet. That's where television shines. If you're doing an adaptation for television, I really think you need to focus your energies on that because that's where the art form TV does best. It brings those characters across.
That's a true statement.
Technically, what you're saying is correct. But you are lying about why you made the change. He's like, this is his justification for why he turned every single character in the show gay. Because we might... No, if this were true, you would focus on the actual emotional journeys of the characters and make changes to show those correctly, but you're not correctly showing their emotional journeys. You're corrupting them because you're a psychopath. Yeah. It's really important for the audience that the audience can finally understand Morghese is a vicious oathbreaker, Egwene's rejection of being Aes Sedai and joining the White Tower, Matt's desire to be publicly known as the hero.
He was always like, that's not me. I'm not a hero.
Okay, it took a while. We figured out the problem with the show. There's lots of problems. The reason why this episode 1 sucks so much. And Rafe has said this on screen, that Amazon came to him and said, hey, is there any way we can make the first episode more exciting? Okay.
Charles. Oh.
Yeah.
Wait. My bad.
He's doing some side research.
Is Charles watching Two Girls, One Cup? Is that what he's doing?
No, about the eyebrow motion. That's what I was like,
he's reading. He's watching the Invincible still again.
He's looking at the enemy's tits still.
I'm on a call with my fiance right now.
Okay, so it was boobs. We got wrong ones.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. Just
I didn't realize I was doing that. Right.
No, thanks for pointing it out because I didn't notice.
Oh yeah, hold on, give me a second. I'll clip it.
That was good.
Mark Clark, thanks for the super chats. I appreciate it. Even though I saw that you were the perpetrator of the original comment to get me fired.
Yeah.
I still appreciate that you're willing to get me back.
well, hold on. That last comment said enough to get him re-fired. Are we firing you again?
Oh, you're right. Shoot. Okay. Well, I thought that said retired. So see, that's why I was like,
Is it rehired, retired, or
Did I type it wrong?
refired?
that's refired. Yep.
No,
you're
I typed
right.
in rehire. I didn't type it wrong. All right. We've met that goal, baby. We can end the goal.
All right, Mark Clark. I get it. You don't want me on the show anymore.
Elaine and Avienda were always hot for each other. I hate that this show is being made by shippers. Yeah. No. Elaine and Avienda describe their relationship on the page, and they say, "We are like sisters." I don't know about you. I don't have sex with my sister.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dave, I know Charles might. Whatever.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. Like
They're like, guys, it's literally in the books they were hot for each other. It's literally freaking not. Okay?
Yeah. That's the one. Like, okay, you could make the argument with Sawan and
Moraine, yeah.
and Moraine with the Pillow Sisters or Pillow Friends comment, right?
Actually, I've been doing research. I've been trying to find all of the. I'm going to do a video on it. It's going to take a lot of work. Okay, Swan Sanche and Moraine, the reference that they are pillow friends only happens once in the books, and it is by a dark friend. It is an insult. They're saying you and Swan were probably pillow friends, and she blushes. She says, "Why would you bring up something so scandalous?" Okay, it's heavily implied that they were, and there's another part where they say yes, when they were novices, sometimes they would share a bed for warmth in the White Tower, but it's funny. I'm going to pull it up. Screw you. I'm going to pull it up. The one time in the books that when they first reunite, it's like explicitly like, no, like this is not a gay relationship. Mm-hmm. And they both go on to date men. So it's like,
right.
Even if they did date each other in college, they're not gay. They're bisexual at best.
Yeah. Well, while you're looking that up,
I don't have to look it up. I have it.
Okay, you got it. Okay. Do you have it?
I'm trying to find it. I mean, I have it. I'm just trying to figure out which one it is. Because I have a bunch of quotes.
To add to this conversation, like I don't have an issue with them being lesbian. You know, if that's how you want to interpret it, that's fine. Like, you know, even with Avienda and Elaine, if that's how the book was, sure. Like,
but it's not.
Apply that. But
right.
Like, that is not how their characters are depicted. And
right, and that's my problem.
This is Swan and Moraine when they reunite in the books, okay? And a bunch of people have been sharing only a tiny section of this, okay? Suddenly, she threw her arms around Moraine, a warm hug between old friends. Moraine hugged back as warmly. "You are the only one." This is the part they share. "You're the only one, Moraine, with whom I can remember who I was. Even Leanne always acts as if blah, 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 blah. We giggled as if we never giggled together as novices. Sometimes I wish we were novices, you and I, still innocent enough to see..." And this is where they stop sharing. Okay, still innocent, whatever, to see a gleeman's tale come true. Still innocent enough to think that we would find men and that they would be princes and remember handsome... So they're not even saying this isn't current. This is saying when they were together... They were dreaming of men, okay? This conversation doesn't pass the Bechdel test. They're talking about men that they want to marry, okay? We are Aes Sedai, we have our duty. We're never going to marry because our duty is more important, okay? I wouldn't give up our time together, you know. And they do say that they loved each other as friends because no one can be friends anymore. Here we go. The other one... This is the one that is like, oh, they were definitely scissoring, guys. They had a conversation. I believe this is New Spring. Last night, revealing her woes had seemed out of place, a trifle compared to what they knew the world faced. But Moraine had no hesitation in telling her now, before she finished, not sexually. Suan enveloped her in a strong, comforting hug. They had wept on each other's shoulders much more often than earlier had availed herself of Marin's. She had never been as close to anyone as she was with Suan, or loved anyone as much. Okay? And the argument is, look, see, it's in the books. They were banging. It's literally not. It says in the books that they loved each other. That doesn't mean they.
It said a comforting hug. It doesn't say a groping hug or,
or a lover's embrace.
Whatever. Yeah, a lover's embrace. It's a comforting hug between friends. Yeah, but
have been through a lot.
Yeah, exactly. But I will concede the argument that you could potentially, if you wanted to, portray them as pillow friends or whatever in the past, right?
Yeah.
But
the only time it says they're pillow friends is not in the books. Watch.
Right.
Watch. This was just a question that someone asked Robert Jordan, okay? He says, and this is the only time where it's confirmed, okay, yeah, they did, maybe they kissed a couple times in college. Maybe they fooled around in college, okay? She and Swan became very close friends, as was common with many good friendships, blah, blah, blah. Swan and Moraine turned to each other for comfort. They eventually did become pillow friends, continuing up to the time they were raised. Aes Sedai, and to some extent, for a time thereafter, neither is a lesbian. They were simply young women with normal libidos in a situation where they were cut off from the opposite sex for years. They were in a girls-only college, okay?
Yeah.
Suwan was always the leader between them, which surprised Moraine at first until she realized it felt natural. And then they both grew up out of their fantasies and married men. That's it.
That's a good quote from the author.
I was just going to add some context to this after hearing the conversation, but in your chat, Nick Demoted beat me to the punch because I was going to say the same example. Frodo and Sam, totally gay because they loved each other as brothers. Don't you know?
If it was made today, 100%, they would be gay for each other.
No, they kiss in the books. Not on the lips.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, he kissed him out of love for his friend.
Yeah,
okay.
In the same way Aragorn kissed Boromir goodbye.
Yeah.
Plenty of
also, back then, even kissing on the lips would be considered a greeting. Yeah. Okay, that doesn't mean
or a farewell. Yeah, I agree. So the point is,
your daughter's behind
specifically.
I did it again.
That was good, Abelio. The point is, though, I could see. Conceding that ground for Swan and Moraine. But specifically for Aviendha and Elaine, their relationship in the book is very, very different.
Yes.
And very explicit.
Very explicit. They love each other like sisters. They literally are fighting over the same man.
Right. But not only that, but Aviendha is fiercely protecting Rand from getting intimate with anybody else because she is promised to Elaine.
Yes.
Or Elaine is promised to him, right? Like,
and then she accidentally bangs him.
Right. Oopsie. But still, like, she is fiercely loyal to that after that incident and is indebted to Elaine. This is something she would never, ever in a million years be intimate with her.
Yeah, she gets married twice. Yeah. Okay, I missed a bunch of. Did you guys see these comments? I was ranting.
Yeah, we haven't even seen anything about Garth Bryn yet, so.
Oh, Garth Bryn's not in the show. Why would he be? Why would Tom Maryland come back? Because it's Swan and.
Seriously, those characters are so good.
They're lesbian for each other now.
Yeah.
Everyone in the show is gay. Okay. Well, the point was. Back to the first 11 minutes, okay? Amazon came to him and said, hey, can you make your show less crappy? Because imagine watching these first 2 episodes without the first 11 minutes. It's garbage, okay? The first 11 minutes suck, too. Just if you break down the choreography, it's awful. But it's terrible, okay? So I figured out exactly where the reshoots happened.
Okay.
It's the first 11 minutes. Not including the secondary fight with Alana and her warders, which explains why they're able to teleport in front of them. Yeah. This season was supposed to start at the same time that the season 2 finale is happening. During that chaos, at the same time, Leandrin plays her hand and kidnaps the heir to the throne, which, if you did something like that, and 2 other potential Aes Sedai, you wouldn't be stupid enough to come back to the tower. She doesn't. She runs off, and what she did, she teleported away, dropped him off with the Shanshan, teleported back to the tower, and then, just like happened in the books, they stole all the Angreal and were trying to escape. While they were escaping, they were confronted by Alana, which is why she has the audacity to say, after having just lost a 27 versus 3, right, fight, where they just get bodied by 4 rogue Aes Sedai. They managed to fend off the entire hall of the tower. And Alana was in that fight and she lost. Then she has the audacity to say, "No, I can take a 6v1. You're not going to leave this this island alive." So it makes sense why she's so cocky. It makes sense why she teleports in front of them. It also makes sense why it's different sisters. Remember how they swapped out sisters in between shots? It's not the same. It's not. Some of them are the same, but a couple of them are swapped out.
The Black Aja, or
the Black Aja, yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't.
It's the ones that just get killed instantly, because
they're not there for the rest of the fight.
They're not there. They're not there for the rest of the fight. And it also makes sense why Alana teleports again to the 2 rivers after having left after Perrin. Perrin literally teleports there.
Yeah.
Well, not teleport. Travels through the way gates, okay? And Alana, who does not know traveling, gets there first. It's because that scene was supposed to happen at the same time as the season 2 finale. Then she goes and travels to the 2 rivers. The other people come back to Tar Valon and decide, hey, we need to go to the 2 rivers.
Gotcha.
The entire show starts making sense when you realize the first 11 minutes were reshoots. And why not a single person in the entire show ever references the first 11 minutes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You have moron saying, "Oh, anything you do or say in this, is going to be reported to the White Tower, so don't go anywhere." Also, the city is swarming with Black Aja. Maybe don't do that. It's because that was supposed to have happened months ago.
Yeah. That makes a lot more sense.
It's nonsense. It's so stupid. And people are just going about their days normal, like a 9/11 didn't just happen and the tower exploded in front of them. Literally, a tower. 9/11 explodes in the city, and they're, and Matt has the audacity to get a self-portrait of himself with the Horn of Valir.
Yeah.
And they had to add the crack to the pillar in post.
Wow.
When Elida shows up, and now we got to talk about Elida. Completely miscast. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
This actress is fantastic. She's done wonderful work. She's a great actress. She is 100% wrong for the role of Elida. That being said, she is perfectly cast for Rafe's version of Elida, which is the puppet master, but she's supposed to be the puppet.
Yeah.
David, you don't know this yet. Minor spoiler. Elida's not a dark friend. She's an idiot.
Yeah, she's just stupid.
She gets used by the the Black Aja.
Yeah.
Because she's just so arrogant, she doesn't realize
which just
what's
makes
happening.
it even more frustrating because the whole
I know that her advisor is the dark friend, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been
But
revealed.
a lot of the book readers were like, well, Elida has to be a dark friend. She has to be Black Aja. She's evil. No,
I didn't
she's
presume
literally an idiot.
Yeah, and
Her
this
character is
not. Yeah.
a moron.
Yeah. They definitely are not. They don't have the right character because this actress is definitely
No, the
more
shredding
of
wasn't. The shredding wasn't supposed to happen at all. The season was supposed to open with Black Aja are stealing our artifacts and trying to escape the city. Alana confronts them, and her Black Warder gets killed off instead of the one that's supposed to die because Rafe Judkins is a racist and a nepotist, and he wanted his boyfriend to still have a job. So rather than killing the warder that was supposed to die, she kills the warder that lives in the books.
Okay, can we?
And he's a racist because he was black. Okay, so it was supposed to open with that, and then they were so the 11 minutes did not exist. Amazon watched the season and said, "This sucks. Can you make the first episode more exciting?" They shot the 11-minute fight scene where they're just shredding each other, and it doesn't make sense at all. None of it is integrated to the rest of the season. No one ever brings it up or mentions it ever again.
So that's another thing that I really hated about this. Well, I guess this is maybe moving on, but yeah, I do really hate that, and I agree that that it's a complete miscast. And
yes,
and that's what. But
Ivan was also recast this season, and then they killed him off as fast as possible because one, he's racist and he killed off the black character instead of his boyfriend, and two, all black people look the same.
Maybe he killed them all so that we wouldn't notice.
They're doing these things so they kind of align with the book, but they don't align with the book, right? Like, this didn't happen in the way that the book, like, it was not like the whole thing where Varen like leads them to the Angreal and is like, "Oh, I'm gonna help her with all of this Angreal," and then they're stolen.
Joshua,
like, that's so stupid.
Yeah,
because he died months ago. It's because of the reshoots that she's not mourning his death. Through the bond, at least. That she's not completely bedridden with the physical pain that should accompany a warder dying.
Yeah.
That's the only part you have to... they're like, hey, this is literally your last... Like, your show is canceled unless you can make it good. Hey, here's a little bit more money. See if you can make the first episode more interesting. Let's see if it's enough buzz to get people to watch the show. It's not. The show is done.
Yeah, and then some of the stuff you pointed out in earlier, literally where like the CGI was horrible too. Where literally the one that gets cut like slides down the thing and it's so bad.
No. Her body changes direction.
Yeah.
Watch. I'm gonna pull it up.
Well, you've talked about that already before, right?
I have.
So and like I get that, like, but it's so bad.
Which that's a conscious choice too, because the easy thing to do is just animate it in a straight line, right? They specifically animated it in a weird, non-physics believable way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which is weird.
And, like, I get it. Maybe going down the stairs, your arm kind of drags. Maybe the direction, but like it's too fluid. The way that it moves, like it is way too fluid. Yeah. It literally looks like she's going down a water slide. She's just like, what?
Right. Yeah, exactly. She doesn't like thump down the steps. It's just like a natural slide and then off to the side. It's really weird.
Yeah, so like I get it. Like
take it back now, y'all.
Okay, but she would literally be like slumping down that and then
exactly.
2 slumps this time.
The rubble also. I mentioned this last week, but the rubble in episode 1 was really bad CGI too. It did not fit.
Oh yeah, where like it falls on him and she's like, oh, and I was like, oh
yeah, that and the fight afterwards with Alana like breaking the pavement stones or whatever and throwing them at.
Yeah, we talked about how bad that.
Yeah, it looked really bad.
Okay, it's right here.
The weaving still looks good. That's the one thing that
I do.
Like.
Okay. Since you brought that up,
what the stage 4 cancer did I just see? What is that in the background?
That is a strong, independent woman who don't need no man, my friend.
I'm sure.
Okay, watch. This is okay, Albelly. I want you to react to this. We've already reacted to this scene plenty. Okay, so this is there's a bad lady. This one. Okay, she's a bad lady, and everyone else is supposed to be good. And she says, "You're going to tell us who all your bad friends are." And she says, "Yes, I am going to tell you. Sisters, join me now." Okay? And the sisters, who are they're sitting in a circle, they stand up rather than just like instantly kill the people who are sitting next to them, right? And surprise attack the good guys. This is what they do. Watch.
Or the armor.
There's no sound, okay? So just watch. But
Sure,
okay.
sure.
Join me, sisters, now. They stand up. And then they do an attack, not the people next to them, in front. Then they all walk to the middle of the room and get ready.
It's so
Hold
dumb.
on,
And no one attacks them. They
hold on.
They pose. They literally have time to walk to the middle of the room and pose like Power Rangers.
Pose, yeah.
Go back about from where you just were. Go back about 2 or 3 seconds.
Here?
No.
Oh, that's way
right
too
after
far.
They do the attack.
Right there.
So, I want you to watch the girl here in yellow.
Yeah.
Go ahead and play that, maybe a little slower. So she turns. Okay, you see that? Did you see when she was looking back at the girl with the?
Yeah.
Okay, so she does this. Can you slow down the play by chance or no? Like the playback speed?
Yeah, speed. There you go.
Okay, go to like 25%, the top one. I want you to see what I just caught. Okay. Now so real
Hey,
go back to where when
but wouldn't you just do a surprise attack? You stand up and kill the two people sitting next to you, right?
Either that or attack the Armerlin. Like all of them attack the Armerlin right now while she's distracted.
They all do it one at a time. One at a time, they attack the queen.
I guess the one of them attacks the Armerlin. Right?
No. All 4 of them shoot one attack while they stand up, and then
go back. Just
only
one.
2.
Hold on. I need to do Abellio's point first.
Okay, all right, fine.
I was just trying to get to the right place, and I was pointing something. Okay, so they stand up.
Thank God it's not the middle woman in all of the groups.
Yeah.
Because they were all in
There
the
was
middle.
one sister who was sitting to the right. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So all 4 of them are going to walk in. The girl in yellow. This is the kind of crap I hate about Rings of Power. She doesn't know her timings. So before you play this, before you play any further,
once she starts channeling,
so they're all gonna turn and face their directions and start doing their crap. This is why I mentioned in like Cleaner and my Cleaner review and whatnot, I have an extraordinarily high standard of action. You're gonna see her watch the girl with the staff, so she knows her timing. Go ahead and play.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
now it's time to go.
Now we do the action. And
she'd already turned around, right? Yes, she'd already turned around. Yeah.
She watches the girl with the staff do her motion, and then she looks forward to do her action.
Yep. So she
That's-
turned around,
That's great.
and then she does it again because now we're fighting. Okay.
Missed my timing.
yeah.
Whoops! Quickly, here. Let me make my little Doctor Strange things.
Yeah. Okay, but this is the part I wanted to show you.
Okay.
Okay,
So
no, Jared,
she-
you had a point you wanted to make first.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
go back. Just a
How
little
is
bit.
there that much blood on the chair already?
Oh, you'll see.
Where do you want me to go back to?
Maybe just a little bit more.
Is it this time of the month?
Just play from here.
Sisters, join me. No! I love it. I love the acting is so good, guys. Oh, it's
Okay.
Lord,
So what I want to call out here is Nynaeve's reaction, right? So everyone's being attacked, and you got to see Nynaeve's reaction on the far right. Pause.
she just stands there and looks.
She's standing there.
She's not even looking. At
She's
the
looking
action.
in the wrong direction. Yes.
Right? I'm like, you are literally seeing people getting attacked right now, and you're just like,
Yeah, even if she couldn't channel, which they're saying she was, she froze up, she didn't know what to do. She should still, I don't
at
know.
least be like, oh shoot, like
They huddle down or something, or try and grab the Armerlin out of danger or something. I don't know.
Where'd the blood come from? Hold
Yeah,
on.
anyway.
Rewind this.
No,
just
no,
a tad.
The blood's already they forgot
That's
to.
what I'm
No.
saying.
Albelio, it's supposed to splatter, but they forgot to erase it in post and then have it appear. The frame starts and she's already covered in blood, and then she gets hit. Watch.
Wow.
Yeah, it's what I saw. Yeah. And then she gets hit and the blood's already there. Yeah.
It's they were supposed to chroma key it out, It's on white.
Yeah.
It would be one of the easiest job you could do. Just turn it white, and then it's supposed to splatter when she gets hit.
They show a close-up of her just watching. Like,
Yeah.
At least she's looking in the right direction now.
yeah, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, in this shot. And then they do their actions, and she looks off to the director. You know what? It reminds me of. Do you remember? I don't know if did you guys watch the 8th season of Game of Thrones?
The 8th, yeah, it was garbage.
So
No.
I actually super chatted Mahler and had him look at this on EFAP. When him and all of the guys on EFAP were watching the playthrough, there's actually a moment in the middle of the dragon attack on King's Landing. You might remember this, Max, where when Danny is flying over and torching everybody. It's one of the funniest shots in that whole thing, because while she's torching everybody, there's a camera shot where there are 2 guards just standing in the middle of the street. One has his hand on the hilt of his sword, and he's just looking around up at the buildings.
Yeah.
And because they didn't take the shot out, the CGI artist had to put them on fire, even though they're not actually doing
just
anything.
looking around. Yeah.
And they're in the forefront of the camera.
Yeah, it's silly.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I caught that and sent it to Mahler in his chat, and that's what this reminds me of.
It's worse. Watch. It's right
So
here.
she's
It's right here.
standing
Okay, look. Okay. This lady is
she's just presenting. Look at these other targets over here that you.
Oh, she's doing a weave, but
not
she's
me.
no, she's supposed to be weaving, but they forgot to add her CGI. Okay. This lady she's gonna throw like a knife at her, and it's gonna hit this lady in the head, and then it's gonna hit the lady behind her. Watch. It's so good.
Oh, they just had her fall forward.
Yes.
Oh,
And that's the
good
weird.
Lord, that's
It's
wrong.
the weird thing. She curves to the side.
Watch.
Wait. Before you do anything, that's all that happened to her forehead?
This lady.
Mhm.
Yeah, she got a little
That's
scrape on
all
her
she
forehead.
got. Meanwhile, the other girl got bisected.
Well, because it just
What the
nicked
hell?
her. Okay. Here, watch it. You got. I should have showed it to you in regular speed first.
Oh, I
Okay.
like watching it in slow speed. 'cause
I
it
know,
looks
but the
terrible.
first experience should be native.
Sure.
Okay, watch.
Yeah.
Sure.
Ready?
Give me
Woo!
my first time. Okay.
Wee. Okay. Now watch
It's
her
literally
body.
just like her
Okay?
on a green screen.
It's gonna
and
go
just
like her body goes like this. It goes slide, whoop,
It's so
I
bad.
hate how
whoop.
I hate how this looks worse than MK Deadly Alliance on the GameCube.
Watch.
So bad.
Oh, yeah, she's literally just falling forward. Oh, I just got cut in half, did.
What's my direction
Wee!
for
Look, see the direction, see the where it changes direction though? Wee!
I hate how she doesn't know what to do. It's like, how should I look after I got cut in half? You look like you have to shit. I don't know. Like
Yep.
Also, I hate how oh, never mind. She also has to take a dump.
Well, she has
If she
Does
didn't
nothing.
trying to channel,
She
but she
can't
can't.
channel.
have like 18 belts on, she wouldn't have to use them.
This is my favorite part. Don't you don't you love that her sleeves are like solo jazz cups?
I
Another
hate
cool
how
man.
I hate how all of these women that are doing all of these actions trying to look like they're bending like it's Avatar,
Yeah.
and they just look like that ridiculous goth party under the bridge. You know what I'm talking about, the goth dance party.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they look like.
I know. I got you, fam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks so bad.
Anyway, it was kind of.
What's the damn budget
Okay.
for this show?
I
Too much.
I personally prefer show more gays. That's the reality of what a secession war looks like. Murdering every other. The reason book Tricans never worked for me is because they were giving me Disney royalty and the stakes were always non-existent. This man or woman or they, them has literally never read a history book. That is the opposite of what a secession war should look like. If you win a secession war and then murder off the head of everyone else who was challenging you after you win and after they abdicate and say, okay, you're king, you're going to have another secession war immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. And the fact that the way that she said it, she's like, and you guys all lost. Because I just won. I just am better. I'm just like,
and now I'm going to slit all of your throats. Look, if you're going to do that, if you're going to like, hey, I still don't trust these people, I think they're going to stab me in the back, you can go and slit their throats, but you hire a cut purse to do it in the streets. You don't do it in front of witnesses where they've just said, yes, we acknowledge, we lost, you are the queen now. And then you kill them in front of everyone? After they've shown mercy? No.
Yeah, no.
Queen Morghese in the show is a moron. And did you notice how they had 2 red weddings in the same episode? Oh no, it was episode 2 and then episode 3. They wanted to have the red wedding, so they did the Morghese thing where she slits everyone's throats, and then they had Leandrin at an actual wedding kill a bunch of pedophiles. Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The girl who plays that woman that was in the fireball that was like, "Come to me now."
That's Leandrin. Yes.
Is that the actress from Xena?
No.
Okay.
Like Xena from Xena?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No.
Would you think I was saying? Yes, Xena.
No, it is absolutely
not.
She's
got a sidekick. My bad. No, but it looked like her.
But guys, the show has perfect reviews on Rotten Tomatoes from 12 critics and 200 show sycophants.
Yeah.
I haven't rated the show on Rotten Tomatoes. I don't care, because Rotten Tomatoes is completely worthless.
Yeah.
Even if I did rate it, they would delete my review. Watt spoilers. I don't think Lan was seriously suggesting that Moraine cheat. Lol. It's just obvious that Moraine hasn't prioritized her happiness in a while, and Lan's just being a bro by suggesting that she cheat. These people have no morals. Sorry, it's going to be scattered because there were so many of these. I didn't put them in a cohesive order. Lan is literally trying to get Moraine to cheat. Well, he was considering it too until he saw the tattoo. This is the scene where there was boobies, by the way.
Well, here's the thing. I would just add, as a counter argument, that he, being a warder, knows her desires, her heart.
Is that who that was?
In this particular instance, since she is a lesbian and
Morghese, hold on. Morghese murdered Gareth Bryn's daughter. Screw you, Rafe.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Mm.
I mean, it isn't Tanchico. I don't. Yeah. So anyway, but like the fact that she is a lesbian, he could be just saying, "Hey, like I know your true heart. You should try to follow it." That's all I would add to that as a counter argument.
Robert Jordan said she's not a lesbian, so screw you.
I get it. Yep, I agree.
He was literally saying, "Hey, go bang that chick. She's hot."
Yes, but I think it also talks to the character that he understands as Moraine.
This just goes to show, these are the people that like the show, okay? These are the people who fawn over Soiraine. They have their pet name for them, okay? Even in their fantasy of these two lesbians that don't exist in the books, who are the perfect lesbian couple, they want them to cheat. Their perfect fantasy, they don't even care about being faithful to each other.
Yeah.
these people are psychopaths, and they don't belong in this fandom. I'm absolutely gobsmacked that I'm actually watching a live action version of The Shadow Rising, pretty much page for page. It's incredible, and it means so much to me. Uno, this guy actually used to be subscribed to my channel during season 1 when I thought the show was going to be good. He recently left a comment on my YouTube channel telling me I am a vile, hateful, pathetic being. I'm just a sad man and that I've fallen off. Anyway, have you seen a single scene from The Shadow Rising in this show?
Which one is that again?
Book 4. Where
So
they
is
go
that
to
where-
the Isle Waste. It starts off in Camelin, and he decides to shove Kalendor into the stone, and also he's making out with Elaine, but for some reason Elaine is banging Avienda. Oh wait, no, that's not in the books. He's making out with Elaine. Oh no! There was one scene where Elaine writes 2 letters and gives them to Rand. Oh, but in the show, one was to her mom and one was to a mystery person in Camelin, literally committing treason. So she wrote 2. So literally, one sentence from The Shadow Rising in Elaine wrote 2 letters, but the context is completely different. So that was adapted for literally. It's a page for page, guys. It's a page for page adaptation. What else?
I think he means he's substituting this page for this page.
Oh, okay. So Rand declares that if anyone misbehaves, I'm going to come back, pick up the sword, and kill you. And then he goes to the Waystones and gets uses one of the Angreal to teleport to the Aiel Waste. And then he spends the entire book traveling through the Aiel Waste, and he meets up with on the way that he meets up with a traveling caravan of merchants. Oh no, there was a traveling caravan in this show, but they were tinkers and they were all dead. So one sentence in the waste, they see a caravan. That was adapted. Oh, there's probably the sentence, Rand walked in the sand. That was adapted.
There you go.
See,
Sorry,
Where in the books does it? Where in the books?
They're trying to incorporate these things, but it's completely backwards.
Yeah.
Where? I'm
He's
sorry.
going to the IL ways, but like,
Right. I'm pretty sure somewhere in the books Elaine was banging Avienda and Morghese and Lan were looking at boobs and talking about cheating and for some reason what's her name? The boob lady? What
oh yeah.
Megan? Is it Megan? No, it's not Megan. For some reason the Valkyrie girl is with the Aiel for some reason.
Yeah.
Ruark. They adapted the name Ruark. Yeah, that's similar.
I mean, we haven't seen much of Real yet, so that one's hard to really.
I'm pretty sure in the books, Matt decides to go to Tanchico with the girl. Oh wait, no, he's supposed to be in the waste too. I'm pretty sure Min. I'm pretty sure Min also goes to Tanchico. No, Min doesn't go to Tanchico. She stays in the White Tower and is hanging out with Swan Sanche because she's going to get deposed. And she has to be there for that plot. No. I'm pretty sure in the books, Moraine and Lanfear are working together and actively trying to kill the main characters. That was in the books, right? Oh, that's not in the books?
No, but Alan, Matt actually was in Camelin and leaves with the girls. He leaves with Nynaeve and with Elaine, and they're on the ship for a while. Remember? So they actually
Not in the Shadow Rising, bud.
I know, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's like it's not. It's like even the book order, it's different, but like they're still including.
That's book 3.
They're still including parts of the story where I'm like, I'm not getting where they're doing this, but
Yeah.
So that's where that's what I was trying to say at the beginning is like, it is all backwards. It's all backwards.
Yep.
Like they're doing parts of the story. It's just not in the same sequence at all. And it's really weird.
It's page for page. Oh, where's Errol? No, my fan theory. Errol equals Androl. They're the same person.
Oh, also here's a.
Where are the butter? What are the butter sandwiches? Where are those? Where's Logain? Yeah.
Well, and I'm pretty sure before this part of the story.
It shouldn't be so hard to come up with scenes adapted. The season is half over. Oh my gosh, yeah. Okay, sorry, I interrupted you. Go on.
Well, I was just mentioning that I'm pretty sure before this time, Gawain and Galad are already
Melindra,
warders and part of the White Cloaks. So like the thing that they're like now just starting their training for that is just weird.
Yeah.
The only scene you could claim, hey, this was adapted straight from the books was, I guess, maybe the mat fight scene with Gawain and Galad, which is adapted from book 2.
Yeah.
And the context is completely different.
Yeah.
And they learn nothing. And it's stupid.
Yeah. I also think it's hilarious that he shares...
But remember, sorry, before you could...
Go ahead.
Rafe promised... We are adapting that fight scene, but we're going to do it in a manner that's more believable. Do you think that the mat fight scene between Gawain and Galad was more believable than the books?
I mean, I thought it was, it actually wasn't bad. I think
no. But he said, we're going to do that scene, but we're going to adapt it in a way that is more believable.
No. Oh, gotcha.
That's what he said about that scene.
Yeah.
It's the same scene.
Yeah.
Just without any of the context. How is that more believable?
Yeah. That doesn't make any sense.
The prevailing theory among the White Cloaks is his version of the scene was the fight scene that we got with Nynaeve and the 2 warders. That was him adapting it more believably. And then people pushed back and said, no, you got to do the actual scene, so we did it.
Yeah, gotcha. That makes sense. I was going to say, I think it's hilarious that he shares this post with this meme of Pedro Pascal, because this meme to me, this GIF, is, happy and elated and excited, and then, oh crap, you realize that it's not what you wanted, or there's existential dread behind your happiness. I'm like, why? It's such a weird meme to share in context of his celebratory of the show.
When I was watching the show live, we had bingo cards, and we're trying to think like, okay, in episode 3, what's going to happen? I'm like, well, surely they're going to have to develop Rand and Avienda's relationship. Rand has one spoken line of dialogue in episode 3, and it's in the dream world with Lanfear that he's banging in the dream.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane.
Yeah.
So, the show's stupid. I hate it. His initial pitch for the show was pushing, I'm going to make Swan and Moraine gay. It's the most important relationship to the series. A relationship that doesn't exist in the series.
Yep. That speaks volumes.
It's too much to read, though. I don't want to go into this one. Moraine stands being mostly queer women, while her haters are always men or male-centered stands, really explains a lot. Sorry. What does that explain? I love Moraine. I love her character in the books. Whatever this is not Moraine. If that makes me a hater of her character, what does that explain?
You got me, bro.
Yep.
These people are sick. We're just misogynists. Oh, that's what it is. Is that okay? So I'm a misogynist who loves Moraine in the book. How exactly does that make me misogynist?
Yep.
Oh, these people are sick.
There's no logic behind their accusations. It's just
It's the same thing with my review of Mickey 17. I got a comment earlier today where it's like, I love this movie. It's a critique of capitalism. It's like there's no capitalism. There's literally none. The only capitalism
doesn't it take place in like a communist hellhole?
Well, it's trying to be a satire of dictators and fascism, and it completely gets that wrong.
Anytime someone says a critique of capitalism, it just means money bad. Like they're idiots.
But there's no money in it. The only actual like free trade that happens in the whole movie is Stephen Ewan, who voices Mark from Invincible.
Yes, I know.
He's a drug dealer. That's it.
Cool.
Yeah,
that's it. There's no actual capitalism in the entire thing.
The people who critique capitalism have no idea what capitalism is. And the things that they're actually complaining about in late-stage capitalism aren't because of capitalism. It's because of communism. The things that they hate about capitalism are antithetical to capitalism.
Yes.
They're actually pretty freaking based. They're just idiots, and they don't know it.
Yes. And I think a lot of the term... capitalism now is thrown into Trumpism. So really, they're saying because that is one thing I have heard about the Mickey 17 is that the Pedro Pascal character or whatever is supposed to be. It's not Pedro Pascal. It's
it's worse. Idiot? It's Mark Ruffalo.
Mark Ruffalo. Yeah, he's supposed to be like a Trump character, right?
Oh, he is like, dude. He even does a variation of the Trump dance. Like,
exactly. So they say it's a critique on capitalism when they really mean it's a critique on what they think is a characterized version of Trump.
Yeah,
right.
and I
but
bring
it really
that
has
up
nothing to do with capitalism.
Yeah, I bring that up because these comparisons are the same thing. It's like it's just misogyny. It's like
you're just throwing around keywords.
Ellen Ripley, Samus Aran, Sarah Connor. Like I could name 1,000 women.
I love strong female characters when they're written well. Yeah, and I equally dislike male characters when they're equally poorly written. Okay, it has nothing to do with misandry or misogyny. Go screw yourself. Okay, if you want a crash course on actual capitalism, okay, if you're complaining about the economic situation in which we find ourselves today, which is it is unfair, but it's not because of capitalism. You have corporations who have amassed immense power through free trade. No, through government regulation. Spoiler alert, that's not capitalism. That is, in fact, the opposite of capitalism. That's the thing you hate. You hate communism. You're just too stupid to know it.
Yep.
Elida's casting was for the gays. 100% agree. Everything about the show's for the gays, yeah. Way to go, Eldan. Eldan is fantastic at calling out stupid things on Twitter. And he's supposed to be here tonight to talk about House of David, but he's too busy at work. Moraine's a stronger person than me, because if Lanfear was this close to my face, I definitely would have leaned in for a kiss without hesitation. And this is, again, Moraine, their favorite character, who they want to cheat. They are standing, they are shipping their favorite lesbian couple. They want her to be unfaithful. These people are sick.
Yep.
The book cloaks need to understand that when you make a TV adaptation out of a book, things will necessarily have to be about other characters as well, because no one wants to watch a show where just one character gets developed. Okay, two things to address. I know that when you're making an adaptation, you have to make changes, okay? Hating the changes that were made specifically for ideological reasons is a valid complaint, okay? Case in point, I've praised a lot of adaptations for the smart changes that they've made. Okay? The Lord of the Rings, when it was getting adapted into films, made a lot of smart choices that served the medium. Okay? As much as I love Tom Bombadil, it was really smart to cut him from the movies because that makes no freaking sense. Okay? It was also really smart to shorten the timeline and not have Frodo hanging out in the Shire for 15 years with the ring. Making the timeline shorter was a really good choice, a really good change in the adaptation. I recently praised Silo for a lot of those changes were stupid, but it did make some really smart changes, okay? This is an absolute straw man to say book fans are just idiots because they don't understand that TV shows are different, okay? You're a moron. If that's your argument, you're an idiot. Now, the second part of this. Who wants to watch a show where only one character gets developed? My brother in Christ, have you read The Wheel of Time? Okay? David, Jared, how many viewpoint characters does The Wheel of Time have?
Too many.
Too many.
I have no idea.
Too many.
I have
It's
to keep
hundreds.
Wikipedia tabs open while I am reading and constantly, wait, this character. Oh, yeah, that's this person. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's so much character development. It's insane.
Literally,
you get a whole backstory
Rand,
on
the
Rand.
main character.
On Morgaze, like you get a whole backstory on Rand, and
Rand
What
is the main focus for the first two books, but even then, you're getting POVs from Perrin and Rand and Matt, okay,
Right.
and even some from the girls. Okay, he's the main focus, which is how it should be. You're supposed to start off small and then branch out, and then it gets more interesting as you branch out and learn more characters and get more POVs. Okay,
Right.
but you can't develop the main character of the series without giving him screen time. Okay, guess what? Book 3, Rand isn't in the story. The plot of book 3 is Rand disappears, and for the first time, 90% of the book is other POVs trying to figure out where the hell Rand went. And at the end of the book, he's got POV chapters, and you figure out what he's been doing this whole time. The only reason that can work is because you spent the first 2 books on Rand, okay? And then after book 3, holy crap, there's hundreds of POVs, and the world opens up. But it only works because you know who Rand is.
Yep.
Alan, I'm gonna have to jump off though. It's getting late, and I gotta get up early.
See you, man.
It's been fun. I hope you guys enjoy. Keep talking Wheel of Time.
Anything specific you wanted to bring up before you go, or the show just sucks? It sucks so bad.
I think that overall, again, I think when we were talking about this the first season, like there's a lot of good visual effects, and I really appreciate a lot of the VFX that have gone into a lot of the channeling and stuff like that. But there's still so many like story issues that it's hard to watch just because of that. Being a book reader. And you don't even have to be a book reader. There's so many things that just don't make sense.
I watched the first season without being a book reader, and then I read the first 6 books. And it was still convoluted and messy.
Yeah, and so it's like I want it to be good, and it's fun to see that yes, they are adapting certain parts of it, but they've also changed so many things that it just feels so different and weird and like
Do you like any of these characters?
Like I think they've got some potential. I think there's some potential with I think they took a 180 and they're like, oh, you know what? Maybe the direction we were going wasn't great. Let's try to adapt more of what the book guys are wanting, right? So I think they're trying to go in that direction. Like Perrin, I think Perrin's getting a little more. He's less of a character that I really don't care about, and he's more like, okay, Yes, he's supposed
Right
to be
before he's
inspiring.
not supposed to do anything in the story for another 3 books.
Yeah, right. Like that's the thing. Like they
It's a little too little, too late.
completely redid how he even meets Fael
And also, he's a cold-blooded murderer now, so I don't care about him.
yeah, and that too, and like his motivations, like, hey, yeah, I did kill, like there's things like that, right? Like,
When he's having the discussion, should I turn myself in? Yes. You're a horrible person.
yes, but he said that too. He's like, yes, I should because I did kill him, right?
Yeah.
So there's things like that where I'm like, okay, I think they're trying to turn some stuff around. So I mean, we've only seen 3 episodes. I am interested to see if maybe they can fix some of these issues that we have, but
they won't.
Yeah,
they probably
spoilers.
won't, and there's a lot of holes. There's a lot of things that aren't working. But I do enjoy seeing like the weaving and stuff like that. Except for that, some of the visual effects are pretty bad still. But there was one thing in particular, but I'm trying to remember what it was. I think I already mentioned them. Stuff like the warders, where like it's just stuff like that, where it's like, okay, you have Gawain and Galad like show up at the tower, but like
why?
They were already there in the books. Like I don't see why we just didn't include them earlier. You know, it's like,
Did you hate the Gabriel thing where he's been released from his cage for 1 month, and he's performed compulsion on every single person he's met at the same time to make him think he's been around for 10 years?
Yeah, right, and stuff like that too. I'm like,
that's not how compulsion works. And also in the books, he was just doing it to one person. And he specifically waited until all of the kids had left the nest so that they wouldn't be suspicious. It's retarded. They're like, we want him to show how powerful he is. He literally walked in to the hall of the tower and performed compulsion on every single Aes Sedai present. That is nonsense.
Yeah, and then they're like, "Oh, you're just so good at compulsion." He's like, "What? No, like that's not how it works." So yeah, there's stuff like that where I'm just like, "This is just."
First up, that's too hard, and also that's not how compulsion works. You can't give someone like fake memories. You can erase memories. You can't like give someone a fake backstory. That's not what compulsion is.
Yeah, so there's definitely a lot of stuff like that, but
they turned him into the Rick and Morty character, what was his name, the continuity man or whatever. He's like, you have always been your weakness has always been fire. Retcon man.
Yeah.
Oh, I do remember hearing about Retcon man. Yeah. So anyway, there's a lot of stuff like that. It's just ridiculous. They're trying, like, that's what I feel like with this season. They're trying to fix a lot of that stuff, but like it's so far gone that it's just kind of like putting band-aids on a bleeding artery. Like there's no way that they're going to be able to fix it. So
yeah,
I want to see. I hope they might be able to, but at the same time of trying to bandage, into a bleeding artery, they're cutting up the stomach. It's like so it's like they're just making more wounds, and it's not working.
Yeah, I don't want to see them fix it. I want to see it crash and burn, and then have another more faithful adaptation. 5 years from now or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but like I think the actors are good. Like I think some of the actors have potential, right? Like I think Rand could be good. I think Moraine. Like they chose the good actress for Moraine, right? Like,
I agree.
And like I like the character,
and then completely perverted her character. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the writing and the way that they've
yes, I think she could have been a great Moraine.
Like I think these were good. Like for the most part, there's a lot of really good casting choices that were made, but they just just so perverted that it's like they ruined them.
You like Avienda casting, don't you? You psychopath.
I mean, I don't have a huge.
All the original casting from the first season, I think, was good.
Dude, she has a line. She has a line in there. It's where she's talking to Elaine. She's like, "You already look enough like you
have the Aiel look," is what she said.
You already look like an Aiel. Stop! If you start acting like one, people are going to think you look just like me. And you're like, But
you don't.
except that you're black.
Yeah. There are some issues, but like for the most part, like there's a lot of good choices. Like even Ishamael, right? Like
Mhm.
that was a good choice, right? Like they just
Yeah.
messed up how they fought, like how they did the battle in the sky. You know, it's like so it's stuff like that. I'm like,
Yeah.
I
It's-
like the characters, and I like
most of the casting is okay, especially in the first season. All the characters that carry over to the first season. The special effects with
I think Perrin
weaving
is
looks good.
horribly miscast, but I don't think he's a good actor at all.
Well, I think he looks the part.
I think he has potential. Still, we didn't see a ton
It's
of
just-
stuff with him before.
That's the problem. I think most of the problem is storyboarding.
No, he does. He has zero facial expression. But you need to go, Jared.
Yeah,
So, go
I would
ahead.
love to keep
All right.
But yeah, I'll let you guys.
Perrin can't emote. He goes around just. There's just one face that he always does.
But I don't know if that's the actor or if that's just what they've given him, because they changed it by having him murder his wife accidentally in the first thing. So the whole
Also,
series, he's this mopey character who's depressed all the time.
I don't like how they're leaning into an afro on Perrin. That's just not Perrin.
Yeah,
it doesn't work.
I don't know. Anyway,
nope. All
You
right,
guys
go
have a
to bed. Go away. Go have
All
fun.
right. Bye, Jared.
Yeah, have a good night, Jared.
There were some articles. I don't want to bring them up. I hate it. I hate the show. Wheel of Time sucks. And it's some of the best books ever written.
Yeah, I'm liking him so far. So, how old is Perrin in the books? Because I thought all the main characters.
They're all like
teenagers.
18, 19, 20.
Yeah.
So
they've
does
aged
Perrin
them
have
up
a
for the
wife in
show.
the books? Oh, okay.
No.
Makes sense.
Perrin does not have a wife in the books, and that's the first thing that Brandon Sanderson said. Don't do this; it's going to mess with Perrin's arc. There's literally no reason for you to do it. It's going to overcomplicate things, and they decided to do it anyway.
Got it. Because as I'm reading the books, it's throwing me off because I watched the first few episodes of the first season, and now I can only see those.
You shouldn't have done
those
that.
actors. I shouldn't. But you,
Well, that's how I
the
did
whole
it.
family was watching it because you got us excited about it.
Yep.
Well, I thought it was
Yeah,
going to be good.
sorry,
The
yeah.
trailer looked pretty good, and then it was not.
And the first 3 episodes weren't terrible, and then it just went downhill from there.
So.
Yeah. I like Jared's analogy about putting Band-Aids on a bleeding artery while also slicing open the stomach.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's very, very astute analogy of what's going on here in the show.
You can only polish a turd so much.
Yeah.
And even then, it's still a turd.
Yep.
Yep.
That has not
Well,
stopped
have you
Netflix
seen-
or any of these companies from putting in more elbow grease than they should have to try and prove that wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys have seen Mythbusters. They did polish the turd.
Yeah.
It's
It's still a piece of poop. It's still fundamentally at its core a turd.
It was a pretty piece of poop.
He accidentally killed his wife. Ha ha ha. You're so funny.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, making Abel Cawthon a drunkard, unfaithful, deadbeat husband. Yeah, screw that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, anyway,
Yeah, I wish-
House of
Brandon Sanderson-
David is literally everything.
So good.
It's everything
It is
that Wheel of Time should be.
Yes.
Mhm.
And
my
they
gosh,
have
this last
a
episode was great.
fraction of the budget.
I don't know. Abelio, if you need to peace out, it's pretty late. You can peace out.
No, I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, it's always fun. You got like a video you want to plug?
If anybody is interested, I reviewed Cleaner this past Tuesday, which was
That's the Die Hard one, right?
Yeah, that was the Die Hard clone with Daisy Ridley stuck on the outside of a building for literally 55 minutes.
Yeah.
And
I saw you recently
times.
did Mickey 17.
yeah,
too.
and Mickey 17, where it's a really cool idea about a dark comedy satire about a guy who's cloned repeatedly doing lethal jobs, and
Yeah.
then it turns into anti-Trump propaganda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was looking forward to that one too because
Me too.
I
The
like
commercials are like, oh, that's a good concept. I like
his
that.
movies have all been pretty good, and I was like, oh, this could be cool. And then no,
Yeah, I watched the
I didn't
trailer
know-
an hour before I went to go see that movie, and 10 minutes in, I was like, that's a red cap. He's a Trump guy. All right, I see where this is going.
Mhm.
Yep.
What were you going to say, Charles?
I didn't know anything about the movie until I watched Shad's video on it.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. But he didn't talk much. He just said, it's dumb, anti-Trump stuff. It's not worth talking about. It's basically
Oh,
what he
yeah,
said.
no, I gave a lot of good reasons for why it's trash. Actually, somebody commented it's apparently a book called Mickey 7, which I didn't know was a thing, that it was based on a book. And the guy's like, yeah, so here's what happened in it. And I was like, oh, cool. So they even brought in the Starship Troopers, the bugs did nothing wrong argument. Great. Thanks. But yeah, so there's those two if anybody's interested. On weekends, I stream, usually gaming just to relax, continuing Doom. And this Tuesday, I'm going to be doing a discussion about where and why I think I was right and everyone was wrong, and wokeness is not going to die anytime soon.
Yeah.
yeah, there were, yeah, I think you're right.
That is a bitter pill to swallow, but I knew I was right, and even Ryan Kinnell was like, oh.
Yeah, half the people are just doubling down. The argument was, oh, they made all these movies a long time ago, but now the culture is changing. We have seen a few shifts, right? But it's not. It's never going to go away.
Yeah.
No,
I don't think we're seeing a shift yet. I think we're seeing more pushback than we have in the past. But
That's the thing.
it
Like,
hasn't shifted yet.
Hollywood is never going. They can't change, right? Even if you fire Kathleen Kennedy, they spent the last 30 years filling the entire company with people just like her.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if she's fired, Star Wars is still going to suck unless they fire every single person and start from scratch, which they are never going to do. So unfortunately, it's Hollywood is not, even if they wanted to, they can't change it. The onus is going to be on independent creators filling in the void, and hopefully what will happen is Hollywood will die and we'll have a new Hollywood. It'll be called Basedwood. I don't know, because
Bollywood.
They're the only movies that are going to make money are the ones made by independent creators, and they'll get more and more powerful and more support. And Hollywood will hopefully die, and no one will miss them.
Yeah, it's a point that I wrote down in the reviews, like this super condensed version of like the timeline for everything. Because you can bring it up right now, like if you type in like DEI, the PDF file for DEI should still be publicly available, and you'll find that there's a copyright for DEI as far back as 2009.
Yeah,
and DEI so that means
it's not
DEI
a new thing. It's just new.
Yeah, obviously.
Like the pushback has finally gotten traction.
Sure.
But if you want to know where DEI started, Albelio, it started with Karl Marx.
Oh, I know.
Well, that, even before Karl Marx, like it's
my point being that DEI was copyrighted in 2009 with this PDF file that anybody could bring up on a quick Google search.
Yeah.
But even if we cut it off at just that, and not the 40 years prior of Hollywood becoming more and more communist, like 2009 precedes Gamergate by 5 years. So even if we cut off everything at this 5-year minimum, that means Hollywood and the media industry at large had 5 years to culturally shift without anybody knowing what happened, until that slut decided to cheat on her boyfriend and spark off Gamergate.
Yeah.
And here we are. Everything blew out of proportion, and that's what Gamergate actually was. It was literally the corporate media retaliating for people questioning them. and that's why we're here. So there's a lot that I'm trying to condense into a very short topic.
Read The Naked Communist
to cover a lot of things. Yeah, exactly.
Have you read The Naked Communist?
Yes.
Okay. Then you know.
Still got to read it.
Yeah. There's.
I'm related to Cleon Skousen, right?
Oh no shit.
Yeah, he's our cousin.
He's yeah.
Huh. Small
He's
world.
awesome.
Yeah.
I interviewed him for a history fair project about communism in middle school. It's pretty cool.
Nice.
But it's not a small world. It's just a big family.
That's true.
Yep. Truer words have never been said, Charles.
Yeah. But Billy, I was just looking at your channel. It looks like you had a similar take on the Gorge that I kind of pointed out. I guess maybe the opposite, actually. You said it was
in
discount
reference
Resident
to
Evil.
Oh yeah. That's basically what it is.
Yeah.
It's what? It's
the
Resident Evil.
Gorge. The Gorge was. Have you seen it? Do you know anything about it?
Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah, we reviewed it.
Oh, okay.
Here.
Yeah, I
didn't like the ending, but
I thought it was pretty weak on it ultimately, but
yeah.
If
It was still fun to
comparing
watch.
it to Resident Evil, yeah, it's a discount Resident Evil.
Yeah.
I thought it was good, and I considered a good Resident Evil adaptation as a joke, because I liked it, and I felt like this was giving me a lot of Resident Evil vibes, so that's why I made that connection.
Yeah. I make the argument in the review that they could have done the building of the romance in the Gorge. They didn't have to waste so much time outside of it.
Yeah, that's
it would have made them getting together at the end more of a payoff instead of him traveling across a gorge to fill hers. And it's like, okay, well, now she just seems desperate. Like, no, please, you can't die now.
Yeah.
I think you've hit your caps for euphemisms for this show, Ellie.
Yeah. I don't think it's a bad idea.
deeper.
I think more time in the Gorge is not a bad idea.
I'm wondering if you like my alternate ending, which I think is. I don't like the ending. The ending just felt like too.
It's too rushed.
It just.
She also never
and
says
it's too happy.
I'm fine with it being happy. I like happy endings.
It was sappy though.
Sure.
I like happy endings. Look,
cliche.
I like happy endings too. I'm just saying, the ending just felt disconnected from the rest of the movie, as did the beginning of the movie, and so I presented a solution that solves both problems. You want the film to come full circle, and so there's two ways you can do it. First off, them deciding to quarantine. They're like, oh, we need to quarantine to make sure we didn't get the virus, and for some reason we had to do that separately, even though they were both exposed. It doesn't make sense. They should have quarantined together, and if one of them got sick, then you have someone to make sure that they die, right? So my pitch for the ending was they have a spot where they're supposed to rendezvous to quarantine for however many days, and then you could do it two ways. If you wanted to do a sad ending, you could have her show up and he's like hung himself, or he's already killed himself because it turns out he got sick, and then you could have a sad ending. Or if you wanted them to stay together, what you do is you have them quarantined and they're checking off the days, check, and then it transitions, but you don't realize it, to the same scene from the beginning of the movie where she's checking off days to do an assassination. And so it's quarantine checking and transition to checking, and it's them set up for an assassination on the bad guy, who I don't think the helicopter should not have exploded. She should have gotten away, and they see her getting away. And so the full circle is they do the same thing where they're like entrenched in a dugout waiting to shoot her in the head.
I definitely
and
agree with
you
that.
can do that if he dies, or if you don't want to kill him off. If you want a happy ending, you can.
It would have been a
do
good
that too.
roundabout to when she does her assassination early on.
Yeah, exactly. It makes it full circle, and it would the ending he didn't die and he's just going to show up. And so, like, the way to make that suspenseful is have them quarantine together, and you don't know if they're going to have to kill the other person.
Yeah.
Like, that's more
I definitely
impactful
agree.
to me. But,
Yeah, and just
I
have
definitely agree
shots
that the-
where she racks a slug, and
yeah, and you're like,
it
is
looks like
she
they're-
going to shoot him
they're
in the head?
ready
No,
to
she's
shoot,
shooting
you
the
know?
bad guy. Yeah.
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 You could easily bait and switch it, and you're like,
Really
if you
well.
wanted to have the happy ending, you could do it, or you could have a sad ending where it's just her by herself at the end because she had to kill him. I think that'd be fantastic.
It'd be really funny if she goes to take the shot and then his bullet hits Weaver's character in this hypothetical, and then she takes her shot to hit like a counter sniper, just so they can like connect at the end and be like, "Were you?" And he was like, "Yeah," and they were like, "We just JFK'd her, right?" Because there was 2 shooters.
That's how they find out. They don't know, or that could work too if they don't know if the other one lived and they didn't have any place to meet up because they didn't have time, but they both end up assassinating the same. That's not a bad ending.
Yeah.
That would make the sense.
On the fly, you created a better ending to the movie. I like mine
I do
a
like
little bit
that.
better than yours, but they're both good endings.
Yeah, because you could still fit in the line of you just had to beat my record, didn't you?
Yeah, all
he
3 of
took the
those possible endings are better than what they gave us, which it's not bad. It's not as good as what you guys came up with.
It wasn't a perfect movie, but I was surprised by how much I enjoyed it, and I wasn't expecting it to be a romance. The trailers do not announce that it's a romance. It's just, hey, there's the gorge, and it's going to be an action movie, and most of the movie is just them flirting, which was kind of fun.
I unfortunately I saw a clip on YouTube which showed like the first part of the romance, so I knew coming in.
I take issue with a lot of the little things that really bug me about the logistics because I'm a stickler for logistics. It's like how did she see across the gorge at night and spot the Hollow Men?
Yeah,
without a scope.
Yeah,
there were absolutely logistical problems, but
how did she make a shot standing up with an AR-15 from across that gorge?
That was and she's shooting at him at his cup.
Oh,
right?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
She was using like an
it was like an AK-47 almost.
It was like an A7K4 or whatever, and then he's got an M4, and it's like neither. And by the way, I'm not a sharpshooter by any means. I've got a mean Nerf gun over there, but how did he do that from across the gorge and shoot her drink on the railing with a fucking red dot?
Yeah,
it's not a scope. It's just a red dot. It's just a reflex sight. That's all he used. It's like these people are shooting like a quarter mile away. Like they shouldn't be able to see anything.
Yeah.
Oh, completely agree. I'm willing to forgive it because the rest of it was all right and fun, and the romance was good.
She had a Dragunov. I don't know what that.
Oh, is that what it was?
Joshua prefers my ending. Romeo and Juliet. Oh no, that wasn't my ending. His ending was he wanted them to quarantine together, and then she shows up at their meeting spot, and he's offed himself, but he was just asleep, and then so she kills herself, and then he wakes up and sees she's killed herself, so then he kills himself. That was his ending. That's dumb. It's almost 11. Yeah, it's
I did not mean to derail the conversno to talk about the gorge.
No, you're good, man. You're good.
You're new to the show, Charles.
That's
all the show is constantly being derailed.
Yeah, if there's not at least 3 derailments, it's not
never been the one.
Dude, I derailed this entire fucking video for 30 minutes on Adam Eve's tits. Like, you're good, man.
We didn't need a lot of convincing for that one, okay?
No, because you were looking it up for another 30 minutes afterward.
Yeah.
No, I'd already seen people talking about that, so it was fresh in my mind, and you brought it up. I was like, okay, I guess we gotta talk about it now.
Oh, okay.
We gotta talk about
it. We gotta
talk about it.
See, I'm not the only one that complained about those assets.
Yeah.
Wait, are we going to talk about the House of David? What did we say?
House of David is is fantastic.
It's great. Good. He throws a rock. Cool. Read the book.
He hasn't gotten to the rock yet.
I'm surprised with how little we've seen of Goliath. It's got 3 episodes left. Oh,
I'm surprised how little we just saw you after the
He's
camera
not
went out.
in the
Yeah.
he's not in the Bible a whole lot either, Charles. It's,
Yeah.
it's a
Right,
couple
but, like,
verses
I assumed I grew up
because
on
it's
the,
mostly
like,
about
scripture
the
version.
it's because it's mostly about the Game of Thrones stuff. It's the house.
yeah.
It's the political
the-
drama. That's the
The
point
fall
of the
of the
story.
House of
complaining.
Saul
I
and the
love it.
rise of the House of David, and then probably, hopefully, they'll get to the fall of the House of David too.
My 9-year-old kid
Um,
watched this episode with me, and he hadn't seen all the other ones. But I was like, "Hey, watch this with me. It's the Bible. It's David. It's really cool." I had to explain a little bit of the context. And this episode is pretty boring. Like, literally, not. It's just people talking in this episode.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Start the next episode, Dad. Do it
Yeah.
right now." And I was like, "We gotta wait a week."
Yeah, my two,
He liked it. My 9-year-old liked it.
my family's all been watching it together, and the little ones, get bored and wander off, but the 2 older ones have sat and watched it all.
It's very good.
They like it. In fact, my son missed half of the last episode because his friend came over, and so he went back and watched that episode before we watched it. But yeah, it's really good. This episode is a lot of political machinations, I guess you could say.
Yeah. David, do you know any good audiobook versions of the Bible? I don't know
I've
any good
never-
ones. Mark was
I've
asking
only
me
ever
on it,
used
so
the
if you know.
Gospel Library.
You also
Yeah.
Mark was also asking about Conan. I can play either Monday or Tuesday or Saturday if you want, or Friday maybe even. I don't know.
Yeah, we promised last week that we were going to play.
Well, yeah, and then I
days, and then
I
we
was
did-
literally puking on
Yeah.
Monday and Tuesday, the 2 days I could play. So
There's on
Yeah.
Audioverse, there's a King James version dramatized. Just
Nice.
a quick Google search. That's I don't know.
I don't know.
That
I
could
would
be fun.
I would definitely stick with King James version. I think that it's the most
It's
accurate
more poetic
and poetic.
Yeah.
Dude, some of the modern translations, they suck so much. It's like
Yeah.
they try and like make it more understandable, and you lose half of the meaning.
It loses
And
the
it
gravitas.
doesn't sound like
Yeah.
scripture. It just sounds like, oh, and Jacob was a nice guy, and he had a wife, and you're like, I
A
don't.
little biased on this one, but I would say go to the original. Look to the Catholic
Yeah.
Bible.
Yeah.
Get the actual context before King James decided to change everything.
Yeah, there's
That's fair too.
stuff to be said too there.
Have you guys
Catholic,
read the
Catholics
Gen
change
Z
a lot
Bible?
about the Bible too. But we're just saying.
Do not pick a fight with me, Mormon.
You guys had a whole meeting about, hey, which books are we gonna keep and which books are we gonna pretend it didn't happen? It didn't change anything about the Bible.
Anywho,
I'll let you be wrong, but I'll wait until you can cash in those giant gold discs.
Still waiting on
Yeah.
my
Gen
gold
Z
plates,
Bible's
baby.
fun. Yeah.
All right. I'm really liking House of the David. It was a really fun episode. And it's crazy how much, especially this episode in particular, there was like a lot of drama and tension in a story where like how it ends. Like there are no plot there are no plot twists in the show because
Right.
the story and they're still able to create like tension in scenes where you know how it's going to end. It's really good.
yeah, I really like this episode showing Saul's continuing descent into
Saul's
madness.
Madness is great.
How David is making friendships with Saul and with the daughter, and how he is helping tame Saul's madness, and the wedding scene, or I guess it wasn't the wedding scene, but the
Courting scene.
the courting, the
Yeah.
what do you call it?
Daughter. First.
Yeah,
Wedding scene, what do you-
it's not a wedding because they didn't actually get married. He called it off. The engagement scene. That's what word I was looking for. Was really good. How Saul had that moment of clarity when
That's
David
really good.
started singing, and he noticed that his daughter was sad, and
Oh, him
his other
laughing.
daughter was happy.
Him
He's like,
laughing
okay,
at
I'm going to
David
marry
too.
the other one.
The
Yeah.
best scene. It's
Oh
so
yeah,
good.
that
That
scene
was
is like,
great.
oh, he shouldn't marry her. She should marry me.
You're
Oh, that's
You're
good.
a
You're a funny man.
David.
Yeah, that was That's good. It's just, man,
It's a good show. It's really
the
good
acting caliber on
the
these
writing and the
no-name
acting are
actors is just it's so phenomenal. It's really, really well done.
Absolutely.
I really like it.
think
My only issue
was-
with this episode is that the recap showed the prophet Solomon or Samuel, and his discovering that his mentor guy was burned up,
and then it wasn't brought up
at all the episode.
Yeah, that I don't know why that was in the recap.
But
they noticed that.
but yeah, it was a really good episode. I really liked it. I'm surprised though that Jonathan hasn't made friends with David yet, because I expect those seeds to be planted before Goliath. But
right, well, because they have to have a falling out too, so you want to become friends first. Right. I think this episode was more about his relationship with the girl, not with Jonathan.
Right.
So I'm sure they'll have an episode where they bond.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to happen this season or if it's going to be. If they're going to do it after Goliath.
It's a cool show.
Season.
It's really cool that I thought it was going to be absolute trash, and I'm really enjoying it.
Fantastic surprise. But to your point, David, these no-name actors, Hollywood wastes so much energy and so much money getting these famous actors who are a lot of them are not good, or they're can only do one character, or they're just bad. And some of them are good, but there's so many actors out there who are fantastic, but just did not know.
Yep. And then there's a lot of no-name actors that are hired because of nepotism, because they're related to the showrunner, right?
Okay, but nepotism isn't always bad.
Especially
in acting.
Always.
There's a
sure. But in every case in recent years, it has been bad, always, 100%.
Hassan's success would beg to differ.
Who's he related to?
He's Cenk Uyghur's nephew.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And also, both of his parents are multimillionaires. That I think one of them owns like a. If I remember correctly, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure one of his parents is a.
I just care so little about him. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that $400,000 Porsche is totally necessary to fight capitalism.
Well, the only reason Cenk Uyghur exists, Cenk, I don't know how to say his name. Cenk Uyghur.
Uyghur are the Muslims that are being tortured in China.
I realize, yeah. The only reason he exists is because of, his popularity is completely artificial too.
Yes,
he's funded by foreign caliphates. So
Al Jazeera.
Yeah.
But anyways,
so it's nepotism on top of nepotism. Mm-hmm. It's a nepotism sandwich.
I heard you want more nepo with your tism.
Yeah.
So I think the only other thing we have to talk about is Severance.
Severance is fine. I'm excited for the finale. Right? I don't even know if there's anything to talk about for this episode, though. It's just
again, it was really good. I really liked. It opened up with that weird scene with Helly and the Egan with the eating the egg, and he's like, "I wish you'd eat it raw." Like that was really weird.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh,
but I really liked. Go ahead.
I was just going to say about the father. There was one point where one of the other employees addressed him as father. I don't know if we ever commented on that.
Who?
It was in another episode.
I don't remember that.
Egan. There was a point where another employee addressed him as father, who's not part of the family.
He's the father of the company, though. That maybe that's his title. I don't know.
Maybe.
I didn't catch that.
I think that was before I started coming on the show.
I just can't think of anything to discuss because it was good.
Yeah,
fine.
Yeah, it was. It would just be me pointing out things I liked about the episode. There's nothing really to discuss, you're right? But
there's not a whole lot left to theorize.
Everything with Milchek is really good. I liked Milchek and Miss Huang, making her smash the toy as a tribute to her. graduating, I
point
guess,
out-
or moving on, and
The scene with his supervisor was great.
that
too.
was fantastic. What was
loved
it?
it.
Devour feculence or whatever.
Devour feculence.
That was so good.
Consume feculent. That was fantastic.
Yeah.
And I will say, I did not like Mrs. Wong at first, but she grew on me. I'm sad to see her go.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so tired.
And I don't subscribe to the theory that she's Mark's.
Yeah,
daughter.
and I guess
it's
you are
interesting
wrong, though, bro, about Mark being fully integrated. This episode shows that he wasn't.
Well, they
got to
keep
go to the
pretending like he
cabin.
is. They keep pretending like he is, and then
Oh,
they're,
yeah.
okay, we're
I
not.
never saw that. He's having these flashes or whatever, but yeah, I didn't think he was fully
They
integrated,
keep
and I was
ending
right.
episodes teasing. Oh, now he's fully integrated, but oh,
No,
no, he's not.
they don't do that. They end it with an episode where he has flashbacks. That doesn't mean he's
They
fully
had a
integrated.
thing where they put juice in him.
Yeah, they put juice in him to suppress it so that they can sync up, and they sunk up, and he had a remembrance episode seizure thing. That doesn't mean anything. We don't know what that means.
You don't know what you mean.
Yeah, I don't.
No, they're definitely.
I have no idea
they're
what's going on.
teasing. They're teasing.
Could be
the
aliens,
fully
could be clones, could be
integration.
AI.
It's
Uh-huh.
not aliens. It's not aliens.
No,
I don't
It's aliens.
think it's AI. Okay, well, what do you think about her saying if you'd already finished Cold Harbor, then Jenna would be dead? Like, what do you guys think? Because we thought that they were bringing.
I
her
think
back to
that
life.
means. I think that means that you'd be absorbed by another, either one of the any personalities that they're preparing, and the Jenna would no longer exist.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't.
Or maybe they're going to put someone else's consciousness into her body once she's absolved herself of all the passions, and that's how it's eternal life.
Maybe
or whatever.
they're transferring consciousness.
Yes.
yeah, that
Maybe
could be it.
they're building up to an empty vessel so they can put someone else's head in.
Oh, that's interesting. Actually, I really like that.
You're
theory.
interesting.
Thank you.
I'm exhausted. I'm falling asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's midnight for me, man.
Your mom's midnight.
Oh, the other good conversation was again with Milchek and Helly, where she's like, "Hey, aren't I your boss?" They're like, "No, in here, you're my subordinate."
And this
Yeah.
subordination.
And then there
Leave
was
the door open. She closes it.
Daddy
really good.
Egan. Daddy Egan showed up in Severance, and that was a
Oh,
weird
yeah.
scene too. And
Yeah.
I don't know what that's teasing.
Yeah.
They
Yeah, his character is a complete mystery. I don't know what his deal is.
The next episode
He's a
is an
weirdo.
hour and 20 minutes long,
Oh my gosh.
and
Says the final.
I kind of wished they did the conversation with. I kind of wish
there's two more, right?
I kind of no. There's one more.
This is the finale?
I kind of wish this episode went a little bit longer and ended with the conversation between him and whatever her name is.
Mrs. Gobel.
Because I feel like starting with them talking, I don't know, maybe that could be a good way to open the episode. I don't know. Or they're not going
Well,
to
they
tell
might
you
not
what their
start,
conversation was, so
They've
that it
been doing
doesn't
this the
reveal
whole
all the
season.
secrets. And yeah,
Yeah.
They do the
that
whole
could be it,
season
too.
where they end off with something, and the next episode starts with not with something that they did not end off.
yeah,
with.
probably.
I can't speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyways, it's good. Severance is good. House of David is good. Everything else is crap.
Next week is the Severance
Daredevil's
finale.
okay.
It sucks. You guys didn't even watch it.
I didn't watch the third episode. No.
Which one? I missed.
Daredevil.
Oh, yeah.
I have not watched it yet.
I did not watch the Netflix series, and I'm
should.
realizing I need to watch
It's
it.
fantastic.
It is really good. You'll have to
Probably the
find,
best superhero anything.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
what I'm hearing. Everybody's saying the same thing. It's just the
Daredevil is my favorite superhero. I mean,
Yeah.
Spider-Man is amazing. Batman is amazing because we're both relatable in different ways. Batman because he has no superpowers, he's just filthy rich,
Yeah.
and Spider-Man just because he's just a kid. But Daredevil is my favorite superhero.
Next week is Wheel of Time is episode 4, Severance season finale. Probably not Daredevil because they can't. I don't care about it. But we also have to watch Disney's Snow White.
Nope, not gonna happen.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I'll tank it.
I mean, I'm willing. I'm willing to watch it.
Man, it's
I am not willing to pay theater
There's not
for it.
there's not a movie I'm even remotely interested in seeing in theaters until July, which is like Superman, which I don't think I would go see if it weren't for my YouTube channel. Like,
Yeah.
the only reason, like, I'll go check it out. If I was just a normal person, I wouldn't see it. I would wait to see what YouTube is saying about it.
Exactly.
And then, maybe I'll check it out.
Yep.
Where do you
Seriously,
see the,
there's Snow White. There's The Amateur. That doesn't look good. I've seen too many trailers for that now. It doesn't look good. The Accountant 2, I guess that one could be good. And then Until Dawn movie, which is probably going to be horrible. Thunderbolts.
Until Dawn.
Oh, I'm excited for Mission Impossible. Yeah, I'll watch Mission Impossible in May.
Until Dawn.
Until Dawn was a good game.
Premise, because that's a video game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good game.
Do you think it's going to be a good movie or not?
It really depends on what they're going to do, because so do you know anything about the game?
Yeah,
it's vampires.
Okay.
That's all I know.
They're Wendigos.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of like a time loop thing. I know it's not a time loop.
Like, they're really leaning into that being a time loop. They could just play it as a straight story, and that's what I fear they're going to do, is do this timey-wimey bullshit, and I really just don't think it's going to work. If they just play it straight, then I think that would be better. But if there's a discussion video I want to make later about how July is like, it's going to be make or break for Hollywood this year.
Yeah,
I think, because if Jurassic World,
unless Mission Impossible
Superman,
is like crazy successful, which it won't be because it's the part 2 of the first one didn't do very well.
Yeah, the first one didn't. The first part didn't break the box office like they were hoping for, and it didn't review particularly well.
Yeah.
I had some flaws with. I had quite a few issues with it myself.
I did too. I enjoyed it, but it had problems.
No one cares about Ballerina because it's not John Wick directly.
Yeah,
there's no.
But it's Ana de Armas. I don't think I've seen the last. I don't think I've seen the last 2 John Wick movies, but I did see the last James Bond movie, and she was the only good part of that movie. I might go see Ballerina.
She doesn't handle guns well. I don't see this working out.
Okay.
Lilo and Stitch, I'm worried about.
Oh, is this the girl from Knives Out?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. Oh, dude.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Zendaya is apparently playing Athena in the Odyssey.
Oh, piss off! No.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, they were. It's still not official. This is what her role is, but there was a leak that's possibly official.
Oh gosh.
That's what her casting was.
Did you guys see that they're making Freakier Friday?
Don't care. But yeah, July, like you were saying, is going to be make or break for Hollywood. I guess technically Ironheart is also. Wait, that's a TV show, isn't it? That's not a movie.
That's everyone's favorite Beetleborg from Wakanda Forever is getting her own show.
Okay, you got Jurassic World Rebirth, which I don't care about. Superman, which is make or break for DC, and you've got Fantastic Four, which is gonna be. Was Daredevil? No, was Deadpool Wolverine a fluke, or is or
yes?
Wait, do people actually care about the MCU right now, or was it just Daredevil? Deadpool they were going to see.
The Deadpool, only because Deadpool is basically a comedy, and it played purely to people's desires. That's it. Like, the movie itself was actually really weak.
Yeah. The only reason that Fantastic Four could be different is because it looks. They're doing like a period piece, right? So it's not like directly connected to the MCU, even though they're going to connect it to the MCU by the end of the movie. Like, this could, if Fantastic Four is popular enough, maybe they like shift gears and scrap the MCU? I don't know. Probably not. They would never do that. But.
So the reason I say July is the make or break for Hollywood is because you have three major things. You have Jurassic, which has always proven to bring in money despite how bad it is.
Yeah.
Dominion was terrible.
So bad.
And it still made a ton of money. You have Superman, which is supposed to be more hopeful than the Man of Steel version. And the trailer starts with him in the fetal position after an ass beating. So a lot of people are not happy, and the test screenings say that it's not very good. And they're already looking to do
there's internal leaks too. People inside DC are saying this movie sucks.
Yeah, so that's already not good, and it looks like the DCU is going to be off to a terrible start, which is unfortunate because it's James Gunn. I don't like when James Gunn has no limits on him because that's what happened with Suicide Squad. They did too many run-on gags, and it was not as good as people thought. And then you have the Fantastic Four, and Fantastic Four, the trailer shows that they're going to lean into the theme of family. I'm all on board for family if you can make it work. But
if it's Disney doing family...
yeah, but I raise the point. Sue Storm is supposed to be the leader from reports, numerous reports prior. They're not doing the Silver Surfer
is a woman.
Proper. Yeah. It's the woman. It's not Adam. It's what's her nuts? I can't remember her name.
Don't care. I don't care.
And it's I don't. It's make or break. Either Hollywood proves that they are able to turn their stuff around after all of these constant failures, after seeing all of the negative reviews, or they prove that they don't actually care and they just want money. And if that be the case, then we know for sure that they are going to prove themselves basically obsolete at this point, because they don't actually want to put any effort into any projects.
When is the theatrical release for Into the Lost Lands?
I'm not sure.
That was released last week. That one, it was written by... Look, it's getting hype because it's written by George R. R. Martin. It shouldn't be getting hype because it's directed by the guy that did the Resident Evil movies.
It's got the same actress.
Well, sure. Yeah.
Wait, Paul W.S. Anderson?
Yep.
Oh, no. It's dead. Whatever this is. I don't know what Lands of the Lost is. It's dead.
It's already in... It premiered last week. No one's watching that movie.
Yeah, it's got 26 on Rotten Tomatoes. 4.9 out of 10 in IMDb. Okay, so the
Highlander, they're doing a Highlander reboot.
Wait,
24% from critics and 47% from viewers. When the viewers and the critics agree on a bad movie, it's generally a bad movie.
Oh, maybe this isn't the one I'm thinking of. There's this. I don't know. Maybe this is the movie. Maybe this is the movie. But apparently, there's some film where Jason Momoa is a samurai in it.
Isn't that the Sea where he's blind?
I have no idea. I just saw the clip, and it also has Dave Bautista in it. So maybe I'm just wrong. I don't know. I don't know.
I guess.
That's C.
Henry Cavill is going to be Highlander in a remake. I would watch the hell out of that. So you had me at Henry Cavill. Maybe
I'm all on board for supporting Henry Cavill, but I don't trust anything that comes out of Hollywood at this point. True. Look at how badly.
But if Henry Cavill's in it, I'll still watch it.
I don't trust them with Henry Cavill is the problem.
Whoever Cavill's manager is needs to be fired. That dude can't find a good movie or show to save his life.
I don't think it's his manager. I think it's Hollywood that hates him.
Probably.
Yeah.
I think he's picking up whatever scraps he's given.
He fits well in the roles that he's put in. Some of them, The Witcher, Superman, but They just the showrunners and
Warhammer 40K is gonna
Man.
make or break nerddom. Like if that one doesn't work, there's no hope. Like,
oh yeah,
They didn't get Castlevania right. I don't trust anything that comes out of anybody at this point.
Yeah.
Is season 2 worse?
Don't get me started on season 2, bro. We'll be here till 4 a.m.
I will say I did see someone post like one fight scene that didn't look horrible.
The animation is admittedly better in many situations in season 2.
Yeah.
But
what you showed me from season 1 like
it's
made me
it's
puke.
not but it's not a season 2. It's part 2.
It's part 2.
It's a part 2. So I called this out way back when the first season came out. People said it's going to get a season 2 and you're going to like it.
It's a Velma situation.
2 days after the series Nocturne premiered, there was already test animation footage for them doing the black and white rough sketches for animation for part 2.
Yeah,
they already were working on it, and that's how. So it just because I don't want to talk about Nocturne much. On the point of like 8 episodes is the standard.
Nocturne was like 4 episodes, right?
No. It was 8 episodes. The
Was it?
first season of the first series was 4 episodes, but that's because it was a glorified movie. But anyway,
yeah,
Nocturne being 8 episodes, like so many other animated shows, it's because many of these shows, based on what they think their research tells them, they actually end up ordering multiple seasons ahead of time. So it's not just one; they usually get 2 or 3, and. Because Rings of Power, it's because Lord of the Rings is such an extraordinarily popular thing. They're like 5 seasons, we're going to do it, and they cashed it in, and they have to commit to it.
I'm
I'm
so glad too.
Dude, I don't know if it's going to get past season 3. I think they fail.
I don't think it will.
I think it crashes after 3.
Yeah, I think they eat their losses.
But this is how a lot of the animation studios do this now. So that's that.
It was temporary. They thought it was canceled. Warhammer is back on, dude.
When did they cancel Warhammer?
It wasn't an actual cancellation. It was rumored that it was canceled. And
sure.
You are wrong.
Why would Cavill do Voltron? I would rather see him in Gundam.
Voltron's
I'm pretty sure. Last I saw the last update I saw on Warhammer was that he had executive producer role for it. So I don't know where this cancellation came from. If there was a rumor of it,
probably a studio cancellation.
Highlander's being directed by John Wick guys. Okay.
All right.
That could be good.
That's way
Highlander
more
with
reassuring.
Henry Cavill with John Wick director.
You know, considering these guys are immortal, you can really tear them up until they have to die.
Yeah. So we're gonna watch Highlander then, I guess. That's what I'm hearing. We're gonna check it out.
We'll see. That's still in development, though, right?
Yeah.
I still don't trust it. To be fair, I still don't trust it because
I don't trust. I don't trust anything coming out of Hollywood. Even the stuff I'm excited about, I'm like, you're still gonna have to show me that I can trust you.
Mm-hmm. We still don't fully trust Severance, and we know it's good.
I don't even trust the third Dune movie. After they screwed up the second one as bad as they did, I don't know how the hell you're gonna fit the entirety of Messiah into one movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm worried too.
Yeah. Are we gonna watch the Minecraft movie?
No.
Why'd you remind me that's coming out?
Yeah, I forgot that was the thing.
Look at that movie.
I hope your marriage fails.
No. But,
oh my goodness.
But what we are all watching in theaters is Now You Three Me.
Now You.
What?
Now You See Me 3.
Oh my goodness.
Why wasn't the sequel to that just called?
I know! I know! Okay!
What?
Now you don't! It should have been Now You See Me, Now You Don't.
Ta-da!
That's much better.
That's
Ta-da. Is it?
Just ta-da!
The third one is just Now I'm Over Here.
Or the third one could be ta-da.
Sure.
Yeah, that's, I mean, maybe.
Now You See Me Again could be the third one. Now You See Me, Now You Don't, Now You See Me Again. Done.
There you go.
Now I'm
Problem
over here.
solved.
Now I'm over here could work too.
Or made you look.
There you go. Made you look.
I just made you
No,
say.
that's
I just
overdone.
made you say underwear. Is that?
I fucking hate that we're over here making better ideas.
It's Now You See Me. It's Now You See Me. Now You Don't. Now I'm under here. Now I just made you say underwear.
Yes.
And the fifth one's
This
just
is
I'm in your
great.
head.
Just because of the titles, this is a fantastic series.
Yeah.
Oh man, I hate those
I
movies.
hate that Hollywood is paying people hundreds of thousands of dollars to not figure out how to make a movie title.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're over here begging for subscribers.
Right.
I never saw Now You See Me. Are they good movies?
No.
Despite the bad name?
No.
So Now You
First
See
one
Me.
is fun to
Now You
watch,
See Me
but it's a bad
is
movie.
we're gonna do a movie about magic, but
That's
the
absolutely
magic,
no magic.
is just CGI and it's
Yep.
physically impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they
I've
pretend
seen the-
like it's sleight of hand, and you're like, that you can't
That's
do
not sleight
that.
of hand. You do not understand magic. Yeah.
If it was genuine, if it was like no CGI, all practical, that could be amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it could be amazing.
the movie that does
I've seen-
the movie that does it right is The Illusionist.
Mhm.
The Illusionist. Check it out.
That's all.
But I've seen that
practical
scene.
stuff.
You've seen The Illusionist, bro.
Yeah, it's good.
Have I?
Yeah,
Oh,
What's the one?
yeah.
with,
When I was young.
Yeah.
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 you're talking about the
good.
Christopher
That was a
Nolan
long time
one,
ago.
The Prestige.
Yeah. Thank you.
Prestige is good too. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
They
But that
come out
one's a
time.
little fantastical too. There's some things that you can't do.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
But the Illusionist is actually like you could literally do all of that except
Oh, the Prestige.
like
Well, except
one
the
trick.
orange, the orange thing.
There is a trick you could do. The orange trick you could do. It wouldn't look that good.
Yeah.
It wouldn't look as good as it looks in the screen.
'Cause it was
but
clearly
that entire
CGI.
that entire trick works.
Yes.
Even like I literally could do the juggling scene where he makes the orange fall on it. Like I practiced it as a kid. I got it to work. I figured out how he did it and I
Yeah.
performed it.
That's cool.
It's a good movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Moira
watch that
Rain is
again.
the villain
That is
in
the
season
movie.
3.
She is. She's literally the villain.
In Now You See Me 3. Sorry.
Oh, and Now You See Me 3.
Oh.
Charles, the other thing that's stupid about Now You See Me 1 is the plot twist on the end is literally there just to shock the audience. And if you go back and watch the movie,
Yeah.
it makes negative sense. You're like, this is stupid.
Yep.
None of this tracks. It's not. You're like, you just did it so it would be shocking because it would be impossible for that to be true. It's dumb.
Okay. Yeah.
And then
That's
at the end,
unfortunate.
there's like real magic, and you're okay. What? And then the second movie starts, and they just gloss over the fact that there's real magic in the world, and it's back to
Yeah.
fake sleight of hand that's physically impossible to pull off.
Yeah.
No, but if you want the best magic movie ever made, Burt Wonderstone. So the disappearing audience is so funny. Such a good movie.
Yeah.
It also has the best sex scene gag of all time. It's better than Hot Shots, where he fries an egg on her stomach. Because they're doing the hot, like, putting ice on you, it's steamy, and then he throws on bacon and eggs and fries up breakfast on her abs. That was my favorite sex scene of all time? Intel Burt Wonderstone, where he magically produces a condom and it's a magnum, and she's like, "Oh," it's like, "No, I'm not that big," and he pulls out a ring.
Yeah.
It's great. It's so good.
It looks good. I gotta check it out.
It's a wonderful movie. I don't want to spoil it. It
Oh,
is a
got too much-
treat. It is a
too big
treat,
of a
that
list.
movie.
Yeah.
It's Jim Carrey. Like, it's actually a kind of reserved Jim Carrey too, even though like his role is being crazy, but it's good. Have they announced a sequel to The Sorcerer's Apprentice? No. What? What? Is this real? I actually really like that movie.
It's a good movie. It holds up.
It was kind of fun.
2.
Acting was left a little
No official sequel.
to be desired.
I don't know
but
what you
it
guys
was
are
fun.
talking about.
If they weren't making such bad movies now, I would not.
Anyway,
be disappointed
I need
to hear
to
about a sequel.
go to bed. It's been 4 hours. We're
Yeah, this
approaching 4.5.
is the longest stream in a while.
Yeah.
We had some longer ones, but not for a while.
Well, we talked so much about Invincible so long.
Boo.
There were
And then we
5
went on
shows to
several-
cover, okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
And
But we went on several.
and you got to
tangents.
factor in a few tangents and
Mhm.
some stuff, okay? Got it. Anyway, yeah. Thanks for coming on, Abelio. Literally
Yeah, of course.
anytime you can come on whenever you want.
Thank you.
You don't have to do it all the time because I know you don't like doing homework. So whenever you want to complain, be my guest. That's the point of the show. I hate the Wheel of Time. The Wheel of Time can. I don't want to be vulgar. Screw you. Yeah. Anything else?
Thanks for having me.
Oh, yeah.
Nicolas Cage said he was returning to his most magical character. I think you mean the Curse of the Vampire. Is that one?
Ghost Rider.
Is that the A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P?
Did you ever see that College Humor of him like all talking to his agent?
Yeah, that's a good one.
And
Yes.
it's like, oh, so man, this is a role you're not going to want to take. Oh no,
I'll do it. I'll do it.
No.
No.
Yeah, good.
Do
good.
not
Good.
take
I'll
this
tell him.
role. I'll
No.
do
I was
it.
yelling at my dog. No, I'll take this one.
It's a good sketch. All right.
Yep.
Bye. Leave. Everybody go.
Ciao
We're ending
for
the
now.
stream. Thanks for coming on.
All right.
I'll have to figure out what that Nicolas Cage thing was. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me pull it up. Okay, bye. It's been fun. See you guys next week when we don't
Yeah.
talk about Snow White or Snow
So we won't
Brown.
talk about it.
Should be
Snow
called
Brown.
Snow Brown.
Snow
Bye.
caramel,
Brown snow.
yellow snow.
I'm ending. I'm pushing the button right now.
And now it is time to say goodbye.
We had a great conversation.
It's been fun. But all good things must come to an end, and the goodest ending I can think of is...
Right now, this moment, this night.
So I guess we just say goodbye.
So, goodbye.
Toodaloo. Au revoir. Auf Wiedersehen. Ciao. Ding dao day. But come back next week for more outrageous bloopers.
This is the end.
Well, there's only one thing left to do.
I'm gonna go home and sleep with my wife.
subscribe to the channel and you can join us along for the ride. And if you pay me, I'll try to be more entertaining. So please consider joining Patreon and getting your name in the credits with pride.
I'd buy that for $1.